All right, how's everybody doing today? Gonna try a different setup today. I was kind of a little bit late start, but not too bad. Mainly because we're doing a couple different cams. Obviously, no green screen today. This is the system I got in. It's a basic box. We're gonna be taking the guts from this guy right here. We're gonna take the guts out of this one, put it in this one. This is an AMD Vega 64 that's in here, and that's not going to be going in this box. That's actually going to be going in our main box in the studio, and I'm getting rid of NVIDIA for that Linux box. So that's kind of what the agenda is today. I've got a couple different camera angles here. Here is the build view to where you'll have a top down. I'll be over here. We'll see how it works out. We'll just play with it. A couple different ones there, and then I'll just the why I'm doing this. I'll get into that here in a second. The basic why I'm doing this is so I can just use anything I want. Hell, I could use a Raspberry Pi to play Warzone. I could play it on Linux. I could do whatever I want. Never have to worry about compatibility. Everything will just stream from this box. I did grab a cheapo 2.5 gigabit router, or the actual network card, which should be just fine. Typical spinning platters run at about 150 to 170 meg up and down, which is pretty good. I wanted the 2.5 to kind of give a little bit more headroom, because we should be with the NVMe cache and the Synology, whereas all the games and everything's going to be stored. Pulling from all of that, you usually can get transfer rates, because it uses RAID and some other things to kind of push up from just regular spinning platter to about 250 megs per second. So a little cheapo 2.5 card in the gaming server should cut it, and I'll be able to stream all the games just fine through that. So that'll be pretty cool. The main box, though, I will be basically ripping apart too, because the 2060 card is in that, and I'm tired of using NVIDIA and Linux. It's just awful. I hate it. Where I'd much rather use the Vega 64 from that other box, and then the gaming server will have the NVIDIA, which is important because NVIDIA in Windows actually has something we're going to utilize heavily, and that's going to be game streaming, and that game stream will be able to push everywhere. It's so much better than pretty much any other streaming out there, because I'll be using an open source project called Moonlight to kind of accomplish this on any platform. So let me catch up with chat here, guys. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Friday morning. Let's see what we have. I got, what keyboard do I use? I am using a split keyboard from, I don't even know the company name. What is this? Oh, it's a Digma Raise. Yeah, Digma Raise. It's cool. I like it. It's like a mixture between a traditional keyboard and a split keyboard. It's not ortholinear, though, which is kind of cool. What else do you know? Does anyone know Vietnam? I know where it's at, but that's about it. I can put it in a map. Still need coffee. I'm going to answer some questions. Diving right into the actual build is not wise. I'm not very productive in the morning. Hey, Don. Morning, man. How you doing? A server on Arch. Yeah, so this is going to be Windows. Yeah, the gaming server is going to be Windows, and then I can use Arch, whatever Linux I want, and stream to it. As I said before, and I kind of alluded to it in a video, I guess this is kind of a spoiler for the Linus Tech Tips crowd, is gaming on Linux isn't as good as Windows. Just isn't. I don't know how else to say it other than just be like, hey, this is the truth. So that's why I'm using a gaming server. It just, to play every game I want, I still need to use Windows, and probably will for the foreseeable future. So those gamers out there, I think the whole thing was, with the Linus Tech Tips challenge, was, hey, is gaming good for, or is Linux good for a gamer? And the spoiler here, no. And I love Linux. That's not to knock Linux. I love Linux. It's just not very good for gaming. And I hate to admit that, but it's just the truth. Oh, let's see what else we got here. Thoughts on the YouTube? I mean, I don't really care. It's it's one of those things. I just noticed this is a little bit off. Cattywampus. Here we go. Block some of the chat, but whatever. Or actually, you know what? We don't have to block all the chat. Let's just, yeah, there we go. Much better. This is actually a new scene for this stream, so adjusting things as I go. Are you using Linux? No. Like I said, Linux isn't very good for gaming. It's okay. There's some things that are okay with it, some things that aren't. But if you're really a heavy gamer, it does not do well. Parsec for game streaming. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Parsec. For this, I'll be using NVIDIA just to take advantage of all the things we have with it. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, to speak on this, a lot of Linux people were like, I can't believe Linus did that and deleted the desktop. Not to defend Linus here, but that's just kind of like what the average user would do. I think any Windows user coming to Linux doesn't know what pop-desktop means. They don't know what packages are in Linux. Yes, it says, hey, these are essential packages, but you're like, hey, I just want to install Steam. So yeah, that's an average user experience. Most users don't even read. They're just like, yes, 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 yes. Please, just do what I say. That's an average user, and that's just me coming from support of 20 years. I can tell you that's exactly what an average user would do. So not surprising. I'm not a big fan of Hyper-V. Hyper-V seems like a second-class citizen to me compared to VMware. Like if you're like wanting to evolve professionally, I think you do ESXi with VMware. Most data centers are built around the VMware product suite, and that just makes a lot more sense to me. For home labs and stuff like that, if I was going full headless, XCP&G is awesome. That gets my vote. It's based on Zen Server from Citrix, so that's really good. Like I said, Hyper-V it's not to say Hyper-V is bad. It's just typically people only use it because they have leftover Windows Server licenses, and I think they're actually discontinuing Hyper-V. I heard rumors of that. I don't know if that's true or not. COD, we'll be doing Call of Duty, Diablo 2 Resurrected, whole bunch of other stuff. We'll be flying around on this game server doing whatever we want. Yep, you can do 144 hertz as long as you have monitors to support it and proper bandwidth, because you're pushing a lot more frames through the network. So you have to have very good bandwidth. I would say mandatory at least 2.5 gigahertz. You might be able to get away with a 1 gig connection, but I don't know about wireless setup for that. Wired, probably. Wireless, you're asking a lot. I don't know. Doing well, man. Doing well. A little bit stressed out and worried about this whole setup because we're about to rip out all of the rack back there live on stream. Hopefully I don't trip over any cords and kill the stream mid go. Also, that switch, the past streams we've had some intermittent connectivity problems. It's a switch I have, and I wanted to get a replacement switch, but the specific switch I'm getting is special order from the EU, and it's gonna take a while to get here, sad to say. But we should have at least an entertaining stream. We'll just see how it ends up. Yeah, see, now Minecraft works amazing on Linux. It's going to be a far better experience than Windows, unless you're like a Bedrock user, obviously. But I mean, it's so much better. The Java edition for sure. Oh, already did that one. What do you think about VirtualBox? I think it's crap. I guess if you're a noob, you can use VirtualBox, but past the learning experience, it's terrible. Like, don't use VirtualBox. It's just garbage, hot garbage. Nope, I'm just slow reading. I haven't had enough coffee yet today. Are you using FreeSync Premium? I don't even know what that is. I should look that up. But yeah, no. I would say, since I don't know what you're talking about, then I am definitely not using it. Did you see... Oh, I haven't seen Craft Computing. Windows 11 debloat highlighted a nice GitHub script. Oh, cool. Yeah, a lot of the GitHub scripts now... I've actually seen a lot of scripts use parts of my script, which is kind of cool. So I see my script out there in the wild a lot, and a lot of people have forked it and done really cool stuff with it, which is awesome. I love that. Don't get stressed. That only makes it worse. Yeah, as long as you don't rush through it, you'll be fine. Take deep breaths. It'll be okay. There's a lot of potential for a lot of breakage. So yeah, if things don't go really well, in this case I got, I don't know, we might be busting out the Dremel tool. Depending on this. This is the first one of this model I've ever used. The shortages have not been kind to a lot of the case makers. So this is, I don't know. But worst case, I'll break out the Dremel and we'll do some case modifications on stream. I probably have to mute my mic when that happens because that's going to be loud. But it would be super entertaining, to say the least. IPv6 was turned on by default. I usually disable IPv6. I'm not a big fan, but I know in the EU and a lot of other places in the world are running out of IPv4 here in the States as well, but IPv4 is still the standard. Anything. But probably a big step up. I really like Virt Manager, QEMU, KVM in Linux is a far better experience. You're going to get a lot better performance. Everything about it's just going to be better, other than the usability. It's not as beginner friendly. Like I said, VirtualBox does great for noobs, and VMware does have a little bit more performance. VMware Workstation, you still have the usability. However, I think it's very limited in the free form. It is paid product after all, so with a grain of salt. Any suggestions for building a small box like a Mac Mini, but with AMD, not for gaming, but for fun? No. So that's one thing I should point out here, guys. I don't build computers for a living. Never have. Never will. Hardware is just not my bag. That's why I really don't do too many hardware reviews. I'm more of a software guy. I've always been a software guy, and I love a lot of the hardware side of things, but most times, even when I was doing like rack and stacks and things like that, most of that was pre-builts that were sent to me. So I'm not a hardware guy. I'm probably gonna make mistakes in these builds. I mean, it's not gonna be like The Verge bad, but there's definitely gonna be some cringe in here for sure. How to make money by creating? I don't think you can. Maybe do like a membership or something on a custom game server, and if it's really popular, possible. But that's a hard business model, to say the least. There's so many good free servers out there. Build following The Verge. Yes. I don't think I have enough thermal paste to actually do that video justice. I think I only have a little bit of thermal paste, which I hope I don't run out. But I think I have enough. As long as I have like a teardrop, it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't have an entire tube of thermal paste to be like, ah. So I couldn't ever do it justice. Wayland, compatibility is my big thing there, Neofetch. I've had more issues with Wayland in the past. I haven't had many issues lately with Wayland, so I think it is getting better. But multi-monitor and some other issues, specifically like I miss X11 forwarding, that can kind of suck. So Proxmox is really good for hobbyists. I think that's a step up from VirtualBox, to say the least. Proxmox actually uses QEMU KVM, so if you have a dedicated box to send to it, I think Proxmox is a good starting point. And it's very noob friendly. And the thing I love about Proxmox is it uses the Spice server, and the displays are very, very good. So Hackintoshes are kind of getting killed by the M1. I think the last Hackintosh build I did was Catalina with Big Sur, and then what is it, Monterey now that's coming out. They're all based more around the M1, and we're going to see the Hackintosh. I think we'll see the Hackintosh community effectively die. I hope I'm wrong there, but it's going to become very, very difficult after a couple years, and they start ripping out and removing like x86 support. So, yeah, I feel bad for the Hackintosh community. I don't really talk too much about Hackintosh on the channel because it's really easy to get channel strikes. Apple employs a third. It's basically a company that trolls all YouTubers. So if you aren't, dotting your I's and crossing your T's when talking about Hackintosh, you'll get channel striked pretty easily. It's a very sensitive subject, and Apple is not nice to a lot of folks when it comes to this. And that's why I kind of stay clear of a lot of Hackintosh stuff. And if I do talk about it, it has to be open source. There has to be no official third parties. Everything has to come from Apple. There's a lot of little checkboxes I do if I talk about Hackintosh, but that's why I really don't talk about it. I remember, I think Margonaut, was real big in the Hackintosh community. And I don't know if her channel got completely deleted or not, but she got striked several times. I know. Sending you some. All right, sounds good, Michael. I'm all about that. Love it. No, gaming server. It's gonna stream all my games to any box I have, whether it's a Pi, whether it's a Linux box. Every Windows game will play anywhere at any time. It'll be great. Yeah, I actually did see this one, Luke. It's, I mean, he kind of got lost in the weeds. I couldn't follow his train of thought. I think he just wanted to talk about the history of desktop environments. I mean, it was a little bit disjointed. But the video was, I mean, it wasn't necessarily wrong. A Linux desktop is its own thing, and it's not in a great spot for a new user. Obviously, I think we can discern that from Linus Tech Tips video review. But yeah, I thought his video was, I think it was like a 15 video. It should have been 5 minutes for everything he said in there. I was like, oh, geez. So a little critique there. But overall, he was not wrong. Oh, really? Oh, cool. I'll have to check out Margonaut then. I'm glad she's still around. She was probably one of the best people for Hackintosh builds. RW, thanks for the super chat. Still casual on the... Oh my gosh, you're still rocking the 85. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I remember having that. I think mine died a couple years back, and I ended up doing it. My oldest still running is an original first gen i3, and it's a laptop, Asus laptop, and it still gets used every single week. My son has it, so he uses it. It's pretty good. That's my oldest running PC. Is that my wife's computer used to be up, and that was pretty old. I think it was the old FX chip, but not even an 8350. It was even older than that. I think a gen or so before that. So I think it was whatever came before Bulldozer. I think was what that was called. And yeah, she had that running for a while, but one of the cats came by and knocked over a cup of water inside her PC. It's the same build as this one over here. And if you look, there's fans on the top. So the water hit right here and then dripped all in there. It was brutal. It was not fun. So, yeah. But I usually rock my PCs up until the point they die. What we're doing today is pretty old, like 4 years, not like crazy old, but it's the first gen Ryzen PC that we're going to be transplanting today. You might also enable TLP, install the TLP package as well. Dude, thanks, Michael, for new hardware you will destroy today. Appreciate it, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll see what I ended up breaking, man. I just hope I don't mess up the main PC. That's the big deal. Oh, and then also, check this out. This is pretty cool. I wanted to give you guys an update because Tuesday's stream we were working on the system. And let me just come over to desktop. So this right here, pay no attention to this. It's just from, we're not going to be on the desktop much today. But I finally got all of this going. And then if we go full screen, you can see behind there, that just kind of shows you the tiling mode you're in. So this is full screen. This is floating. So you have the floating window. This is tiling. You can see this kind of just tells you that. Start menu, still working on this. It's a little strange. And then we have like the combo menu and volume controls, notifications. I'm still working on this. This is going to be like Bluetooth, brightness, integrating that into a lot of the PC stuff, and then having like functional network manager right here, power menu. Something kind of like this. Again, theming is not completely done, but the big thing is it's really kind of coming together. We'll see. We still have probably a good month or so. I did have to build Rofi 1.70, and this means I'm probably going to take a long time because I'm going to have to build up my own repository server. I think I'm just going to make my own repository server and then upload deb packages to it, so then when people install the distro, it'll connect to my repository server and be able to pull stuff like Rofi 1.7, which just got released a month ago, and Debian's still rocking like 1.51, which came out years ago. So that's one of the big problems, but still designing this. And once I get done with the graphics, which should happen in the next week, I will completely redo that. It'll be awesome. I can't wait. Let's see here. Let's come back to old no chat, green screen. Antonio, thanks for the super chat. What's this? Yeah, this is what I've been building. This will probably take, I'm still shooting probably for around a Christmas deadline, but it might get pushed back with me having to build out like my own repository and everything, because some people are just not going to be able to build from source. And I want to make those, I don't want to exclude those users. So some things are just going to take a little bit longer. I forget if you covered this, so forgive me if I missed it, but what are your thoughts on Arco Linux? Arco's just based on Arch, so I don't really have an opinion, really. A lot of times I don't bother with the forks. Like, to me, Linux only has 3 distributions that I even consider using. Just 3 for a desktop. Debian, which Debian is inclusive of Arch, Elementary, Pop! OS, Linux Mint. All of them are all based on Debian. So there's the Debian distribution. That's one, and it encompasses probably 1,000 distributions. Yeah, but I like the vanilla version because that's where everything starts from, and I can just build directly off of it. The second one, Fedora. That's RHEL based. If you're interested in learning about Yum, DNF, and all the package managers Red Hat servers use, I think using Fedora is good, and it's a good distro as well. It uses the DNF package manager and then, RPM files instead of deb files from Debian. And then finally, there's Arch Linux, which is Arco Linux, Garuda, all that's Arch. So I just install vanilla Arch and then I just build what I want. The reason why I don't use distributions for the most part is because they do stuff I don't like. There's certain choices that are made that I don't like, to where I like to choose everything I'm building, and then I have a system that has every single package that I told it to install, and it's a very clean and wonderful experience. So to me, there's only 3 distributions in Linux. I don't count OpenSUSE and Slackware or Gentoo. I think they're all crap distributions. I don't think anybody really should use them for a desktop environment. Especially Gentoo. I really hate Gentoo. I think it's just a meme at this point. So that's my view on Linux. I know it's an unpopular one, but hey, Let's see what else we got here. IPv6 are actually faster than IPv4. Androids, I haven't really seen much difference. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if it was that way. It's just the control that IPv4 gives me, and my skill set, obviously, for the last 20 years, I really know IPv4. Learning IPv6 can, just calculating subnets and IPv6 is a bit of a headache, so I need to eat something. I forgot to eat this morning, so not good, but I did have some coffee. Does that count as a food? I love Mental Outlaw, but Gentoo's a crap distro. It's horrible. You just like pain if you use Gentoo. That's my view. If you love just getting hurt over and over and over again and you have infinite time, Gentoo is the distribution for you. But I love Mental Outlaw. He has some great stuff. What's the website you use for drivers? I never use a website for drivers. There is a tool I use, but a lot of people use the old version, which is now real kind of on the shady side of things. It's called Snappy. Obviously, we're talking about Windows because Linux doesn't really have drivers. Everything's just kind of baked in. But for Windows, it'll always be Snappy Driver. I think it's Snappy Driver Origin Tool, or Installer Origin Tool. It's kind of a weird name because the original Snappy Driver tool got kind of taken over and some shenanigans happened there. So use the Snappy Driver Origin Tool, and that one's open source, and it's run by the original guy that created the first one, but not without all the shenanigans. And it's great. It is able to find pretty much any driver you want and install it like that. It's fantastic. Yeah, I probably will for sure take a 10-minute break here in about an hour or two. I want to get this going, though. It's bad. Gentoo's crap. Emerge compiles, kernel compiles, a lot of these things. I mean, it's fun for a learning experience, but from a desktop user perspective, it's just the worst. Awful. Final answer. Can you give some advice when start learning Linux and Unix? I got a new role as a system and I have a very hard time with the learning process. I think the first thing to do, and this is, I'm not trolling you, but for real, install Arch the hard way using the wiki. The reason why I say to do that is it teaches you how a Linux distro or how Linux is kind of constructed and works. Instead of just blindly copy pasting commands, understanding what you're doing at each step, whether you're setting your locale or you're setting a bootloader or you're installing system packages. Understanding what each step does is a great learning experience. And then at the end, like I said, I use Arch every once in a while, but I flip-flop back and forth. At the end of the day, if I was just wanting to get work done, I'd be on Debian usually. Well, yeah, I usually won't even touch Gentoo for the most part. I'll like I said, I've set it up, I've compiled the kernel, I even did it on a live stream because that's just like a thing, like a right of anybody that's public in the Linux community. Everyone's like, install Gentoo on a live stream. Spoiler, everyone falls asleep after it starts compiling because it takes 2 hours. And I think that was with a 16 core. Yeah, it took a long time to compile. Oh yeah, if you have a Threadripper though, I didn't have a Threadripper. I think it was an 8-core 16 thread, but not the fastest for sure. Yeah, so I hate Ubuntu desktop, but Ubuntu server is not bad. Let's say someone said, "Hey, I want you to use Ubuntu, Titus." I would grab Ubuntu server. I would delete or basically purge snapd, which is snap packs, because it just adds a little bit of latency and some jankiness that I don't enjoy. And then from there, I would build whatever desktop environment and the look on top of Ubuntu. It's actually probably one of the most stable setups I can do without using any snap packs. The reason why I hate a lot of Ubuntu desktop is they started integrating like GNOME packages with Snappack and making part of the UI snaps. And then they also have like some weird Chrome stuff, or I think it was like Chromium is all snap packs now. And I'm just, yeah, that's how I do it. But Ubuntu server is actually fantastic. I really like Ubuntu server. If I have to use Ubuntu, that's where I start. Check your store page seems to be down. Okay, I'll take a look. They might be doing maintenance. See, now that could be entertaining. You know, I won't say that won't happen. That would be fun. Because I'd have to be drunk to install to install Gentoo. You could just go straight Debian for sure. Yeah, I do go rogue on Arch. The big thing about Arch here is just don't overdo it on the AUR. That's the big thing. I don't really break Arch too much these days. It's usually where people go wrong in Arch or Garuda or any Arch-based or Arco, whatever you're using, Manjaro, is they start installing too much from the AUR, and that's ends up usually in heartache and breakage. So install from regular repositories. If you're just using Pacman repositories, not too bad. Just be careful with how many packages you do. Not a virtualization server. This is actually just going to be a straight Windows server. And we probably should get into it. We're about 30 minutes in. I just wanted to kind of address some comments before we get into it. The big thing was just showing this one last time. Right here. This is the update on the server we built on Tuesday. Everything's looking good. This whole flow seems to be a very solid choice. So I'm really liking how this is turning out. And I am enjoying it. It's just some more aesthetic changes that I'm working on making. But this is turning well. So with that, let's shut this guy down. Does this work? Does that work? Probably not. I don't think I've programmed the available options yet. Oh well. Still working. Still rough around the edges. I wonder, can I just do a power off? All right. First order of business is transplanting this card to here. I'm thinking about this now that I'd said that, and there's one issue that I think I might have. I have that Vega 64. It's a Sapphire Nitro, but it uses 3 8-pin PCIe's. It's a bit of a beast. So if we look at that, Sapphire Nitro power supply. I just want to make sure the power supply I have over there will be able to support this requirement. I'm pretty sure. I think it's a 600 watt. Oh, okay. It actually recommends a 700 watt unit for this power supply. So we might need to transplant the 1000 watt unit from my other PC into this one. All right. Well, let's start taking this apart then. We'll first fix up this, get the main PC back and going with a Vega 64. That's the first order of business. Once the main PC is back online, we start the new rack, which will be the gaming server rig. All right. Let's see what we got. All right. Looking for a tie right now. I want to tie up all these cables because trying to get the cables can be very, very problematic if I don't look it up. So, guess I could use that. Wanted a better cable. You know what? I think I have something on my workbench. I will be right back with that. Nope. Alright, well, we're just gonna do without. Not the end of the world. We'll use this guy. All right. This should be pretty good once I have this tied off. All right. Yeah, this is going to be able to play Apex, Warzone, anything that you could possibly want. Let's bring this up a little bit. Yeah. You know what? I could probably change the autofocus. I think I'm going to probably leave it for now, though. We'll see how it goes. Autofocus the microphone. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of this, is getting the microphone just right. I actually have music on my overhead, just so it's not deafening in here. I gotta have something. I did a noise gate, so audio quality is not gonna be great this stream. All right, let's manual focus. I agree, Michael. Let's see here. It's gonna be kind of hard to do. Can you do this? All right, and then that should get it. All right, cool. Focus should be pretty good, so it won't hunt a whole bunch. This is a Witch cup. I do have a Dickies cup though. So this is gonna be, is that still hunting for focus? I think it just hunted for focus. I swear I turned off autofocus. Let's see. 1 second. All right, and now there we go. Not gonna hunt for focus anymore. Yeah, now I'll be blurred, but I'll be back here for a little bit, and then we'll just change that manual focus. But it won't hunt anymore, at least. This will be bare metal, no VM. No point, because I'm going to be streaming almost all of it. Alright, I'm going to get this guy out. This is the main PC. What we're going to be doing is taking the NVIDIA card from this guy. Better lock all that in. We're going to take the NVIDIA card from this guy, put it into our new stream box, and then take the Vega 64 out. The big thing with this is the graphics card driver, or not the graphics card driver, the PSU requirement for the Vega 64 is massive. 700 watts for that single card, and I don't know what I have in here. I want to say it's a 650, which would be okay, as long as the connectors are there. It's not a modular or semi-modular PSU, I don't believe. And if we don't have enough connectors, I will swap the whole PSU. That will make this whole process a lot longer. And then also, one other thing here is, this is bent, so we're gonna have to straighten that out. But that'll be here in a little bit. Let's get this guy out and see how this does. I don't have rails. I know someone's gonna ask, but we do not. All right. Let's see what we got. We're gonna go to the build. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Hopefully, we're good. Let's see what we have. Yeah. Always have one of these available. Very important. Oh, no. Just don't put that over an old magnetic hard drive. You'll have a bad time. Let's see. I think, is it just 2? No. Actually, this is a Chinburo. I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's a really nice, cheap rack system. I think this runs about 150 these days. I think I got it for $100. It's probably my favorite because there's only 4 screws for this lid, which is actually pretty good for a lot of rack mount PCs. And I really like the inside, which you're about to see. The inside of these are actually really nice, believe it or not. I see Michael's comment. Chris scares me with hardware. You ain't wrong, man. All right, I'll refocus that camera too. I'm seeing that's out of focus. Probably, yeah. Perfect. All right. Now, let's take a peek at what we're working with here. This is the current setup. Not the prettiest thing I've ever done, but it's actually a really good system. We got 8 hard drives in here. This is all the 3.5. Most extra cables are kind of zip tied over here. This is a 600 watt. That's not gonna be working. So we gotta replace all our cables. Crap. Man. Alright. Oh, also, it's a bit dry in here today, and I'm standing on a rug. Again, not advisable, but these days, hardware's pretty resilient. Small chance for some static discharge here. I should be using a wrist strap. Highly recommended, but whatever. We ain't doing it. All right. 600 watt is not plenty. If you look up a Sapphire Nitro Plus Vega 64, it requires, I believe, 650 watt is the bare minimum. So 600 watt will not do it, nor does it have enough connectors. I guess I could take an adapter and make that a thing, but I don't know. I really don't think that's a wise idea. Oh, crap. A lot of people are saying 600 watt for sure. Pros use a rip strap. Again, I am not a pro when it comes to hardware, nor do I pretend to be. I've built a lot of computers, but whatever. Like I said, I'm somewhere between Verge and and regular. All right, we got the card out. Let's see here. Oh, that sucks. Let's just do that. 600 is not enough. Yeah. So let me pull out this card just so everybody can see the card we're putting in, and the obviously the power supply we will be pulling out. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this power supply right here, just so we have it out of the way. Let's see if I catch up to staff. I think I scared myself with hardware. Yeah, it's fun though, right? Who doesn't like, oh, that's not even, oh, it's not what I wanted. I'd use my drill, but yeah, I need my Livestrong bracelet. That's what I'm missing, guys. Don't worry, I got socks on this rug. I'm gonna rub them together and see if we can't make some magic happen. I'll leave that last screw in while I remove some of the rest of this. I wish I had an overhead guy, but I don't have an overhead camera to really see too much into here. I tried to make the best I could on that. All right, that should be done. Put that guy over here. That'll be the new system for our 2060, which is right here. I think I got this a couple years ago, right when the 20 series or 2000 series came out. And now I need to get our Vega 64, which is going to go right here, and then also the 1000-watt power supply for there. Hook everything back up. Rest of everything shouldn't be too bad. That's kind of the setup right now. Not too bad. I did an okay job with cable management. There is no cable management runs. Typically on a regular board, not an actual rack like this, you would have behind like channels, basically cable management channels. There are no channels with a rack mount PC, at least not the cheapo ones, which is what I'm using, of course, because I'm cheap. I don't like using the expensive stuff. You know. Alright, next up. This is the old PC. This is the 1700 Ryzen, so first gen Ryzen. This is the graphics card. Notice there is, what is that? There is 3 8-pin connectors here. This is requiring, it's a beefy card. I had to actually Dremel this whole section out, which, let's see if I can't give you a better look. This whole thing had an actual drive bay in, and I had to Dremel it out and then make a standoff. So this is actually a standoff which I created to house so this could stand completely up. But still a nice system for, I don't know, when did I bought this on release day. So it's been a good system. The fans are pretty much all trash. I might save this Corsair fan. These other ones are just crap fans. So that'll end up in the garbage. The rest of it, I think this right here is an old 6 terabyte drive. Yeah, so nothing too fancy here. Should be okay. Let me see if there's anything. I wish I had an upper camera. If I had a top-down camera, that would be beautiful. But I'll just kind of tilt it up to show you guys as we progress. I wish I had something better, but sad to say, I don't really do this often. I can't justify an overhead. Yeah, so me with Charles, me with a Dremel tool is the stuff of nightmares for sure. Scary. But it is a very power hungry card. In most instances, I would say probably 90 something percent of the graphics cards out there, 600 watt would be okay. But if you look up the spec sheet for this, it is a Sapphire Nitro Vega 64, and it's a pretty old card. I used to mine on this card, and I've had it for since its release day. I bought this on release back, I want to say it's 2017 when it came out, because I was around when Ethereum became a thing, and I bought a bunch of those cards and a bunch of the RX 480s. I had a ton of 480s, and yeah, that's kind of what we're working with today. I haven't really bought any new cards other than the 2060 was the last new card I bought. I can't get my hands on a 3000 series, and the newer AMDs are crazy expensive. I would say I think they're like $800 for something comparable to a Vega 64, and that's a little bit ahead. It wasn't even that big of a jump because it was like a 6600, and that's just dumb. I'm just gonna wait for prices to return before I buy anything new. All right, let's get this card out though. Yeah, so the camera can't go up anymore. I wish I could, but I don't have anything to elevate this camera up to get it where it needs to be. So, like I said, we're gonna just have to deal for now. Man, how long were these screws in here? What was I using? That's crazy. Can't really see that, but that is a screw, man. Not great for a side panel. Ugh. All right, where are you? See if I can hit the release. All right. There's this guy right here. It is a chunky card. That old Vega 64. This is probably the best model of the Vega 64 that was made. Really, really nice card. I love it. It's been a very good hard worker for me. And everything on this system, I did an okay job actually here doing the cable management. The problem is the back side, I'm gonna have to cut all this out because I need this power supply. So this is not gonna be a fun teardown. But it never is, right? Let me just get some snippers. Start going at it. All right. And I think I'm going to remove this entire board and set it to the side here. I probably should have cleared off some more counter space. Live and learn, I suppose. Oh, that's cool. Check this out. Let me pull this out. I love it when boards do this. Let me see. Come on. Has its own little pin. So right here we got all the power LEDs, so you can hook it all up and then just plug it into the board. That's kind of nice. Very rarely do I see that. Should see it more, but sometimes I just buy the really cheap boards and they don't do that. So it's my own doing. Serial killer. I don't need a Dremel tool to cut a hole in the ceiling. I already have plenty of holes up there. I do have a mount, maybe. Oh, what? Now that cable's not gonna reach. Well, I might be able to. Yeah. Now, that's gonna be like an hour's of work. Not worth it. This isn't, I'm not a hardware channel, not planning to be. I just kind of wanted to share the experience with y'all. So we're just gonna do what we can with this. All right, got that, got that. Just try to remove the 8-pin connector on the board. Always a little weird. A little bit of a crazy angle here. I did a good job getting the management here, but man, moving some of this stuff is not the greatest experience. All right. And if Linus wanted, he could probably roast me on this, I'm sure. Payback! But we'll see. I don't think I'm going to have to reseat. Hopefully not going to have to reseat any of the CPU stuff. See anything else hooked up here? We should be pretty good to take out this board. Yeah, I need to make all of them hot swap. I agree with that. It'd be nice. But not the end of the world either. This is going to be Windows. So the whole point of this is to make a Windows-based server that I can just stream all my games to my Linux boxes. And I won't have to dual boot anymore. So then when I go to do Windows videos, I can still be in my Linux box, but people will be none the wiser that I'm in Linux, and they'll just see the Windows. I'll just go full screen with it, and then I can just do that and never have to worry about it. I should have eaten a proper breakfast, though. Getting the shakes. Coffee plus no food equals no bueno for computer building. Yeah, so right now I'm just removing, just to show you guys. Right now, I'm just going through, removing like the screw holes, like right there, right here. And then we're gonna remove the whole board out. Once that board's out, will be money. This board is a Gigabyte Aurora's board. It was a first gen Ryzen board, and it was terrible. I hate this board, but I just refuse to buy a new one. Not to say they're bad boards, it's just the first gen Ryzen boards. I don't think it mattered which manufacturer you went with. They were just problematic. And this board has been a little bit of a thorn in my side, but we're just gonna go with it. Come on. You know what? I think I got something. I had... All right, this is a cool little tool. I haven't even used it. I'm pulling it out of the wrapper. It's meant for electronic parts, but... Boom. Look at that. Oh, you can't see because I got that in focus, but boom. There we go. Let's put it up against the hard drive. No, kidding. That wouldn't be a good idea. Cool Cool tool for when you lose your screws, especially like when I get down in here. That's going to be fun. It's always the right here in this corner that I have the biggest problems with. In this particular motherboard, or this particular case that I used was a is an off-brand, and I think it was only $30. So this is a pretty crappy case. I highly recommend going with a more name brand case. You'll just save yourself so much time. They just think about stuff just so much better than these cheap cases. And the cable management's so much better. They just look a lot nicer. But I mean, this case has served its purpose. It's not absolutely worth. You know, some people would just be like, I would like to save $30 or $40 on a build, which nothing wrong with that. Uh-oh. I don't know where that one went. We'll find that here in a second. Come here. And we'll get the other one here short. Set that there. Hopefully I don't knock that over. Alright, now we just grab all our stuff out of here. Oh, man. Where's my drill? Sorry, I'm going to push the mic away for this part. Yeah, so most of my stuff, I'm pretty good about keeping it in relatively good condition. Every couple of years, I'll just blow it out, and then it's fine. And having proper fan configuration, I think probably one of the biggest noob mistakes you run into when building a PC, because I'm guilty of this, is having proper intake and outflow fans. Like right here, this one is actually pulling in two different fans. There's the PSU that has some intake. Or actually that's exhaust, I think. Yeah, so I flipped my PSU upside down, and this is actually pulling air from inside the tank, so it adds an exhaust. This is an exhaust, and then my intakes were right here, and I think I had another intake right here. So there was a little bit of a positive flow into the case, which I think you actually want a negative. No, you want a positive flow. Now, so I messed this up. So I had two exhausts with two intakes, but I think the PSU unbalanced it a little bit. Not terrible, but you actually want the both. Some people mess up and just do like all intake or all exhaust, and that's bad. You want equal in and out. So you have, forget what it's called, neutral air pressure. That fan I might. Alright, what else we got? And then we're gonna need our faceplate. Need that guy right there. Set that over with that for the new PC. And our transplant. Jason, thanks for the super chat, man. So, from a new perspective, how will this server be cross-OS as you're describing? It'll use NVIDIA game streaming, which is what GeForce Now does. It's really good game streaming. And you can interface with game streaming without using any NVIDIA stuff through Linux, Raspberry Pi, which is also Linux. You can do it on Mac using something called the Moonlight project. Moonlight's incredible. So Moonlight's able to interface with the NVIDIA game stream. So all you need is to install NVIDIA. It is the heavy driver on the game server. But once you set up game streaming on it, you're totally okay. And that's kind of what the objective is to be able to just stream everywhere. So I don't have to keep booting into Windows if I want to play a game. I can just load up Moonlight, click my game, and I'm off and going, no matter what the compatibility is on Linux or anything else. Even my Mac, I could play my Windows games. So it doesn't really matter. I love that. Let's set that. All right. See, that's what we got. I'm gonna remove the back here. What is this, by the way? Deep Cool. Leave it to me to get an off-brand case. Oh man, with Deep Cool. This video is sponsored by Deep Cool. So cheap, you won't find a cheaper case on Amazon unless you go to Newegg and buy some Roswell $20 cases. I don't even think those exist anymore. Oh man, should have named my channel The Budget Gamer. All right, let's so you can see. Here's what the back looks like before I start butchering it. So this is the cable management that happened in the back. Not the best, but again, this is what you get with a cheap case. You're not gonna have any, like, there's a little bit of a conduit like right here, but I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. A very good PSU. I would love this PSU. Everything else about this system, meh. Not a fan. But again, it's a first gen system. And right now I'm just cutting zip ties. I don't think I used enough. My life story. You never have enough zip ties. Alright, that should be the case. Case wires. And finally, these. Fine. Alright. And I'd show this part, but I don't think there's really much to know other than this is how you remove all the management stuff. Cable management. The joys of it. I will say cable management, I don't know if it just makes me feel better, but I do think it does increase the life of the computer. Is you get a little bit better airflow. I know it's not like game changing, but I always feel much better when everything's cable managed properly. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, man. Alright, that is some jankiness. Jank. And that is what we're rocking. What is that? This is a Barracuda Compute 6 terabyte. We'll set that there. Is NVIDIA streaming better or different from Steam's? It's better, and it's more at a hardware level, so you're going to get a little bit better performance than Steam's in-home streaming. Also, it's more at an OS level. So the problem I have with the Steam in-home streaming isn't necessarily that it's less performant, but more that I always end up getting stuck. And that's a problem. Because like you go to launch a game or something like that, it becomes a huge problem if the game gets stuck in full screen. Well, you don't run into that with NVIDIA game streaming because it's coming from the OS level, and you're able to properly quit out of games, where in-home streaming from Steam can get stuck. Also, since it's like almost directly connected up with all the services that NVIDIA installs, you know, it's really good, actually. I mean, I've loved it. I set it up in the past, and I'm so confident about how it's set up that I will. This is my inside PC, the only desktop I had left inside my house, and like I said, I feel so confident about it that I'm not even going to have a PC in there. I'll have like a Pi and maybe a laptop. Now, obviously, doing streaming, you do add some latency, probably like 50 or 100 milliseconds, but dude, I'm 40. If I play Apex or I play Warzone, 50 or 100 milliseconds isn't gonna matter to me. I'm either gonna make the shot or I'm dead, and that amount of time is not gonna matter. But for like a competitive or a pro gamer, this would not be a good solution, because that 50 or 100 milliseconds would be enough to make the difference for some of those guys. But again, not for me. I'm a subpar gamer at the very best these days. But I still like playing Warzone and some other stuff too. So it's not to say I don't game. I'm just not very good. All right. That should be good. Now we just start pulling these through. That out. That's disconnected. That's just an extra cable. Alright, we should be good to remove this guy. I'm getting bored of using the manual, so sorry guys. Alright. And then this case can be sunset and put out to pasture. Boop. Where should we put it? Yeah, we'll put it over here. Running out of room in here. Alrighty. Oh man, I'm like halfway through this and I'm just like, I don't even want to continue. Should have had that breakfast. Most important meal of the day. Just remove that. Jacket's coming off. Now the true miracle here would be if I don't cut my hands. I can't tell you how many times I cut my hands It's probably for me just being so cheap with my cases. I know when I had a more name brand case, I never cut my hands because they actually file down the edges. And on the cheaper cases, you don't get that filing down, so you just touch it the wrong way, and it's just like, goodbye, fingers. Bleed out, man. I tell you. We could do some Cyberpunk on the Raspberry Pi after this. Should be there. Most things look lined up. For screwing stuff in, I'd still use the manual. I'm not gonna completely botch this, hopefully. Famous last words. Famous last words. Set that there. Hopefully the standing desk doesn't collapse under the weight of this thing. This is a heavy thing, I say that. Oh my word. Yeah, we'll see, Charles. We'll see how good of a job I did. Don't give me too many props yet. It's still early in the build. All right. So here's the 1000 series. The big part here is cable managing with no cable management. This is the thing that sucks the most. You can't use anything behind, so you have to figure out a way to make your cable runs without it just kind of being like, blah. Don't be that guy. I'll try not to be. All right, first order of business is hooking up the hot swap bays. This no longer gonna be working, so let's make our snips. And we'll change this up. Break out our zip ties and start getting the tasks done. What do we got? How many of these do we have in here? 2. I think what we'll do, solid on bottom, should be about like that. Should be pretty solid. Oh yeah, zip tie here. Make that fit in there just right. What color do we want to do? I'm going to ask chat. You guys decide what color you want on the inside here. I don't do water cooling and I don't do liquid cooling. We got red, green, blue. What can I say? I'm old-fashioned. RGB. So we got these two. Which one we want? 1 second, I'm going to do the poll. As soon as I get over there. All right, here we go. You guys decide what will be on the inside of this machine. We got red. Oh. What color? We will go. Red. Green. And finally, oh, is there not another option here? Red, green, and blue. Yeah, Chad, this is how he interacts with his audience. Well, usually if I'm not in the middle of a build, I'm a little more astute. Not much, but a little bit. Oh yeah, zip tie loops, Charles. That's a good idea. I know Michael does that too. He sticks the little loops on the board and then does it. Yeah, I don't do any fancy lights or liquid cooling. That's for them youngins. Jay's 2 cents enters chat. That's probably what'll happen. Be like, hey, I'm older than you. I don't know if Jay's older than me, actually. How old is Jay? Is he in his 40s? Blow that CPU. Yeah, I've already blown out all the stuff prior to starting the stream. But yes, you definitely want to blow out any residual dusts and that type of thing prior to doing a build. Obviously, when I pulled this out, you would have seen a lot more dust. Ooh, a lot of red in the house. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, overwhelmingly red. Yep, red is the winner with 135 votes. We'll go ahead and end it. Red it is. Alrighty. Old school RGB, man. We'll snip all the tails off at the end usually. However, for this guy, won't. Probably my biggest pet peeve when it comes to cable management is not braiding the cables. So like when you're setting something up, it should be pretty good. Some people like just kind of like do this and like scrunch it up. But what you want is to kind of braid the cables so you can have a very clean experience. And then you can wrap it. You can do a lot of different things with it. That makes it a lot better. So for this, we will probably do a circular cable management. I also like try not to pinch the cables if I can help it. Probably put that on top. And Noob Tips 101. Like I said, there's much better guides out there. This is just me trying to recreate The Verge. The Verge does transplanting PCs. The other thing I see people do that kind of drives my OCD a little crazy is when they do their zip ties. Like when you look at it, the tails all point one direction, but some people like the tails are like pointed this way, up, and then over. That drives me crazy too. I hate that. Or I've seen people use scissors to cut zip ties. Oh, that's cringe. That's like ultimate cringe. But I'm sure I'll have some cringe here. So don't worry. There's gonna be plenty of mess ups. Once I get this in. I hate Molex. Why do we still have Molex connectors? I know why. Molex can actually push through more wattage or volts than your SATA connectors, but man, I freaking hate Molex. They're just so darn inconvenient. Alright, hopefully I don't have to take that back out. Alright, Molex is in. That's looking good. Next up, we got here. That's our 8-pin. Eight-pin, that's going to be going about that much. So this is what we're looking at. We're going to do the 8-pin right there. Right there is the 8-pin. This is what we already just did right there. We'll just try and keep it as tidy as we can. Like I said, there's no cable management really for this. So do your best with each run. Probably about that much distance. That should do it. Man, that's a little dirty, isn't it? Spit on it, it'll be fine. Oh, man. Alright. Also, make sure not to over tighten. That's another issue I've seen people do. You can actually over tighten a zip tie to actually break the connectivity of a circuit. Alright. Our 8-pin should be hooked up here. Try and get this as far out of the way as we can. Alright. Next up's probably going to be the main power connector. You can't even really see it, but that's right in here. So we'll grab this guy. That's going to be our next order of business, and being able to shimmy that around in there is going to be interesting. Let's do that. Oh, that's going to be a tight fit. Yikes. Oh, okay. Let's just remove that guy for now. Alrighty. There it goes. Alright, see if we can get it laid down a little bit. Ah, there we go. About as good as that's gonna go. Alright. Power's in. Can't even really see it. So pretty decent so far. See if there's anything. A zip tie gun. You know, I've used the zip tie guns and I'm just not a big fan. I don't know what it is. I mean, zip tie guns are good. It's just, I'm not not my huge thing. Yeah, Molex is terrible on the fingers. It's removing Molex that's always the problem. You just gotta pinch it and then rock it as much as you can. You clean your hardware with a soft paintbrush. Huh. Can't say I've ever done that. I usually just blow it off and get going. Yeah, modular is pretty good. This is modular, but it does look like I'm going to use all of it. I really like this. Is fully modular 1000 watt. It's been a beast of a power supply. I've been using it for about 5 years. Oh, that's embarrassing. Been using it for 5 years and I forgot to take off the plastic. Looks brand new now. It was a little piece of plastic, not really hurting anything, but still funny. What's the fastest time you ever build a PC, Chris? I don't know, probably hour or two. I don't really ever try and do speed. I just try and focus on making sure it's right the first time and double and triple checking. So I'm a very, very slow builder. I don't really like to go too crazy with that portion of it. All right, that's going to be our GPU. There's our SATA. That's odd. Why did I have another one of these? Oh well. I think I need that. I can get it out. Oh, that is gonna need needle nose. There we go. Extra cable, shouldn't need. And then we just got our SATA hookups. Again, see how much need. It's just really these top two. Probably do that, tuck it in there. And we'll just take this guy. Should be pretty solid. I don't think we'll use it. Let's do one zip tie for this guy. Not really going to be seen anyways. Alright, that one's done. Now, all we have left, this guy, and then also our motherboard connectors, which, never mind, I'm not switching out the motherboard. Yeah, this is a pretty easy one, I think. Famous last words, right? Oh, and we gotta see if our GPU, look at that. Look at that, you can't even barely fit it in frame. So now that's a GPU. Alrighty. Let's see what we get. That out of the way. There it goes. Perfection. Alrighty. Nice brand new power supply, yeah. Hey, I'm the king of reusing parts, man. If you can, and you treat your stuff right, it should last at least 5 to 10 years, depending on luck. Do you drop things often? I think that only comes when you get more subscribers. Alright, that should be pretty good. Everything else looks like it's hooked up fairly well. Next up is this guy. Now, I think I did a great job with this guy when I first made these zip ties. Maybe I was in a rush. Let's see if I can't feed it down there. Just a hair. And
right there. Maybe the last one, man. Can't believe this thing takes 3 8-pin VGA power supplies. It's a beast, man. Beast of a card. Alright, all that looks pretty good. Before we put it back in the rack, we need to test it just to make sure it powers up. We didn't miss some minute detail. So we'll do that real quick. Oh, that's not gonna be long enough. Do I have anything else over here? Ah. Alrighty. Here we go. Moment of truth for the first one, the main PC build. We took out the Vega, or the NVIDIA 2060 and put in the Vega 64. Redid the power supply as well. I think we got everything. We got the 8-pin CPU. We also have the main CPU power. All our hot drops bays are in order. SATA drives are hooked back up. Nothing really else has changed. Let's see what we get. And woo, power. Look at that RGB. Yeah. Cool. That one is done. Typically I wait for the BIOS beep. Single beep's good. A lot of beeps bad. All right. Let's see here. Do I have that on there? Wait a second. Hey, always something. I was like, that was too easy. Oh, I do not like the tension in this cable. Try and flatten this. Ugh. So what's happening here is these guys are sticking up just a bit too much. I think it'll be fine. We still got a good little bit of room. All right, much better. Pretty clean. Actually, let's go. Feel like some of these screws were needed. Oh well. Wouldn't be a computer build without losing a couple screws, right? Oh, I think some of them were from the old motherboard. I'm like, man, I got a lot of extra screws here. And then we'll boot it up. I'll show you switching from NVIDIA to AMD in Linux. Actually, I don't think I've ever gone that direction, so it should be kind of a fun desktop video we can try out. Yeah. It's catalogus, isn't it? Ah. All right, let's boot this guy up and see how this looks with a GPU change. We have Windows and Linux to do this with, so we'll see both these guys. Probably the next thing to do. Oh wow, that is heavy. That's a chunky system. That's gonna be our board. Faceplate. New rack that we'll build next. With this power supply. Yeah, that's probably not smart. Put it down there. Yeah, this GPU is probably half the weight. So true. All right, I think we'll go back to our main cam. All right, so we're gonna put that back in there, boot up our main system. We'll be over to AMD graphics, and then we'll start building the actual game server. Don't use screws on top cover. Agreed. The Chinburo is actually really good about not doing any screws on the top cover. It's only on the sides and the back. The one downside I will say about doing these cheap rack builds like this, like these cheap cases, which are like 100, 150, is there's no rack rails. The rack rails cost more than the case. So, obviously, I'm not going to spend $100 on rack rails. However, I do have some like old equipment, like when we put this new guy in, it'll probably go right here. Right here. I'll remove that guy, and that'll actually just sit on an old KVM that I no longer use. I just rarely ever use a KVM. Not following the LT2 rule of post before side panel. Oh, yeah. So, Sam, I did post it. I just listened to the beeps of the BIOS. So there's a little 4-pin speaker you plug into the header of the motherboard, and you can just listen for the beeps, make sure it's just a single beep, and usually you can actually tell the fans will spin down a little bit after that post. So that just is an audible and a visual for me without actually hooking up a monitor. If I was doing this proper, probably would recommend doing a monitor, but I'm pretty confident in that. I've built enough where it's not terrible. Not Verge level, I should say. This one actually has a 10 gig LAN. 10 gig LANs I don't really recommend unless you're going to do fiber. 10 gig CAT cables, like even if it's like CAT 8, CAT 7. This guy right here. The cheapest network card available on Amazon. I think this was $20. And you might be thinking, why didn't you go 10 gig? It's about 4 times as much, and these drives are traditional spinning platters with NVMe. Oh, no. Alright. Yeah, so this switch up here is still problematic. I've ordered a new switch, but it's not going to be here for another month. It's funny, I was talking about that switch, it heard me, it was like, I'm out. I'm done. So if you're having low quality on the stream, you're going to need to refresh or just hit the cog icon and then switch it back to 1080p. I don't know what it is when the stream cuts out and then cuts back in. It always kills the YouTube quality, and it switches it to like 144p, and everything's blocky. So you have to switch the quality back anytime that happens. No, I'm not going to do a video on this. Again, I'm not a build channel. I just thought some of the people that follow me might enjoy this setup, to say the least. How to make a script like Arch Titus? It's just a bash script. There's nothing. I'm pretty beginning in bash. I'm a bit of a noob. So Arch Titus was probably my first like attempt at full automation in a bash script. The Debian portion of that is kind of cool to see what limitations bash has and what we can work with. But it's neat. It's just trial and error, Gamer King. Yeah, that switch sucks. I need to get rid of it. Soon. I might be able to switch off of some of it. I'll work on that probably on the next stream. I do have another gateway with 10 gig ports, and I think I'll be able to get most. All right, this is going in. Let's do this. Let me make sure I have all my screws. Once that's done, screws at the ready. Get my drill. And since I'm not using rack rails, this particularly sucks because without rack rails, it's much harder to do because I have to use one arm to balance, and then one arm can actually screw and drill at the same time. The problem with that is if you're messing with the rack, you're gonna have, if you mess up where the alignment of the screws using a drill, you're gonna actually strip the thread, which is not good. Not good at all. All right, let's do this. It sucks. Wish I had server racks, but I'm cheap, and I'm not gonna do it. Holy crap. Goodness, I took my jacket off ever so carefully. Man. Let's try to hand crank that. Well, look how that one's going in. At least it's the last screw, but I think I might have misaligned things. Let's see. Alright, that should be good. Alright, that's good. Whew. Sweating. Oh, I got an air conditioner now. I keep forgetting about that. Let's turn it down. All right, and yeah, the other graphics card. Here's what we're going to be working on next. This is the 1700 board, Ryzen Gen 1 with a 1700, and then the 2060. Quite a bit lighter card. I should have done a before and after comparison there, but that's what's going to go in the next one. I don't know how bad this case is going to be. We might break out the Dremel tool if it's really bad. Again, whenever you do these cheap cases, not great. All right, let's hook this guy back up, boot into Linux, see what we get. Oh, I got so many USBs back here. Give me 1 minute. Almost there. Ah. Charles, thanks so much. Go. All right, man. Let me finish hooking this back up. We'll power it back on, and then it'll be snack time. It's a good idea. Always good. Wish I had like a mobile camera system. That's something I'll probably set up next. But then again, I'm kind of liking you guys not seeing behind the rack because it's a nightmare. But I'm always changing stuff and I just got tired of cable managing it. So, yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Where's the power cable at? Come on. Whew, alrighty. Alright, we're cooking with gas. We got everything back there. And almost ready for intermission. But first, we must check out I'm out of water too. Sitting down. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. So let's turn this thing on, shall we? All right, here we go. He doesn't always listen. What'd Charles say? Yeah, I know. I need to. Oh yeah. Turned off autofocus. Thanks for reminding me. Let's see. Wrong way. A little too far. All right. Here we go. That goes to that board. And that.
And then we'll go grab something. Not a bad idea. You know, I've used Droid Cam before, and it works pretty well. I don't know, because I'm reusing a lot of parts here, Robert. New parts, probably $100, 150. I'm kind of thrifty, so a lot of times it's either reused parts or secondhand. I get a lot of secondhand stuff too. All right, but before we go, I do want to boot this thing up just to see. It'll be it'll be the first time. So let's see how it goes. Moment of truth. Oh, let's first get on the desktop. This is gonna be interesting. It looks a little messed up because I don't have my green screen down. Have no fear. Here we go. Oh, should we do a 10-minute break before I turn this thing on? All right, let's just turn it on and then take a break. I just want to see this thing come up. All right. And then I can put on my little after away BRB screen. Be awesome. All right. See the BIOS screen? That's always a plus. Should see Grub. Yep, there's Grub. We'll go... Should we do Linux or Windows here, guys? You know, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Uh-oh, never mind. My keyboard's not working. That unplugged? Might have kicked out something. Well. Yeah. There's a problem with there not being an NVIDIA card, but we can fix that. That's actually not a big deal. The big thing is, does it post? we know there's not an NVIDIA card there, Linux. So it does post. Time for a break. When we get back, we will do some NVIDIA persistence daemon troubleshooting. Obviously, we're ripping it all out because we're switching over to AMD, and then probably need to purge some packages. We'll purge pretty much everything from NVIDIA, and then see what we need to install for AMD, because there's really not too much custom stuff, I don't think, in there. But it does boot. That was the big thing I wanted to see. Yeah, it's not a big problem, though. Like I said, this is to be expected with switching from an NVIDIA to an AMD card. So what's happening is it's trying to tie into an NVIDIA card, because I told there used to be one there, and but it's not booting into the OS. But I'm about to show everybody why that doesn't matter in Linux. It's actually really nice, and you won't have to worry about it. But before we get into that, we'll come back, fix this problem. I'm gonna go grab a little bite to eat, and grab some more water, and we'll be back. All right, guys. We'll just hit the BRB screen. What's that? That's a pretty bad BRB screen, isn't it? What should I put there? I could hook up that guy. I'll just hook up the old Wayland machine back here. What do we got? One second. Wrong one. There we go. 1 second. We're gonna fix this up to where people have something to watch while we get back here. This is a good one. We'll make something fun. Won't take me long at all. Oh no. Not what I meant to do. All right, 1 second here. Let's see what this looks like. All right, yeah. Maybe that wasn't it. Put a number 2, maybe. What's that give me? Yeah, that gives me the Mac. What's number 3 give me? Nothing. Well, sad face. Thanks so much, Jason. I thought we were using NVIDIA streaming. Why does it not require an NVIDIA card? Because this is actually the main box we're doing right now. We had to rip out the NVIDIA card because I don't get sent any cards. So I have to use what I have. And I only have one NVIDIA card, and that's a 2060 that we'll use for the game streaming. However, problems with that. I should have. Oh, well. Heck with it. Ah. Did that give me anything? Ah, there we go. So this right here is another project I'm going to do for another day, and it is the Jetson Nano, and it's kind of a cool little Raspberry Pi deal, and I'm kind of making my own deal for it, which is going to be fun project coming up. But you guys have heard of RetroPie. This is basically RetroPie on steroids, but I need to say I do have. Here we go. There we go. And usually I can just do X screensaver maybe? Don't worry, it's gonna make sense here in a second. I just wanted a cool AFK screen. It's the little things in life. All right, here we go. Let's go number two. And this, I think it was screen saving. Nope. Where are you at? Sometimes I'm just like, forget it. So yeah, obviously it looks very much like RetroPie, but screensaver. Okay, it's already running. Oops. Then, all of this for a cool BRB backs. I'll be right back, guys. Quick break. I'll just be back after I'm finished with this, and then we're gonna troubleshoot the NVIDIA on the main box. Once that's finished and all the main box is repaired, then we work on the actual game server box, which we still haven't addressed yet, but we'll get that here shortly. But yeah, this is a different project that you're seeing right now. This is a custom build by me on a Jetson Nano. I wanted to make basically the RetroPie
on steroids with a whole bunch of different things. And that's what's actually emulating the screensaver right now. Another project I really haven't been very public with, but something else I'm working on. It should be fun. Yeah, LXQT is actually NVIDIA's built-in one that they really like, and then I basically stripped it down to do it. I don't know if it's an actual distro. I just know it's whatever the official download is for Jetson Nano, but it's heavily customized, where I was going to change the interface and a whole bunch of other stuff, which just haven't got to. Just so many projects going on. But all right, I'll be back 10 minutes. I should give you guys a countdown, right? Yeah. Let me see what we got here. Well, maybe. Let's do a countdown. Oh man, I don't even have my thing. Well, maybe. Let's see. I'm just such a perfectionist on this. By the time I get this done, I might I might need to redo it. It's kind of funny. There we go. Yeah. Give me 10 minutes. Be right back, guys.
Oh man, I'm late. So late. Sorry, y'all. Oh man. Forgot to eat this morning. What are we at? Let's go back to chat.
Oh, wrong chat. Other chat, please. Yeah, that one's better. Oh, man. What did I miss? Anything exciting happened while I was gone? Don't see too much. Chris Titus debloat Windows 11 script. Lawson, I actually updated it. It works on Windows 11. Should give you a good boost, to say the least. Oh yeah, we gotta solve our NVIDIA issue. Let's go ahead. 4 minutes. It's not bad. Pretty close for me. All right, let's come back. Boot into our system. I'm gonna shut off the old Gibson. Gonna shut off the old Gibson over here, and we're gonna go into that Ely. We'll just leave that there for now. Might come back to it. We'll probably be on the desktop for a minute. We'll just bring down the old green screen, right? All right. Boom. Disappear. Magic. Let's see. Anything else? Nope. Let's do this. Oh, man. I need a drink. We'll see. After this build over here with all the... yeah. We'll see. I'm really curious to see what happens when we open up that case. It was a Roswell case build with a window. That's going to be dicey. It's going to be dicey. But all right, here is what we're working with. I don't think, do I have any? Oh, that's right. I don't think my keyboard's working. Let's try to reload that maybe. Aha! That does work. Yeah, sweet. So what happens when, let's see, was that TTI 1 or 2? Oh, maybe it was it 7? Yeah. So let's say you get a black screen on boot up, or you have something like this. Obviously, ours is because we switched out to an AMD card. You can just go Control Alt F1 or Control Alt F2 to get to a TTY like this. And then we just simply log in. Oh, the glorious terminal. I love it. So now we just got to fix this. Probably the first thing we should do is do like an apt list, installed grep NVIDIA, and let's take a peek at what we have. This is all the NVIDIA garbage that we have installed. Probably the easiest thing to do here, apt purge NVIDIA. I think we can do wildcards. You can't do wildcards in ZSH, so kind of important to know. And let's just set yes to that. And this will go through and strip out all of the NVIDIA stuff in the system. NVIDIA is still enabled in Xorg. Ooh, that's a problem. NVIDIA driver is just removed, but is still enabled in the X configuration. Reading is important here, guys, so that's why I'm reading this. Tell NVIDIA is disabled in the following config files, you're gonna have problems. So let's go into etc x11 after we're done here, because I think I went ahead and modified my NVIDIA. I know I did. So I don't have screen tearing, because NVIDIA has a lot of screen tearing on Linux. Yeah, Peter, on that, like, Linus did not read the message carefully. I think he read it. I just don't think he understood what it meant. I mean, would an average Windows user understand what any of that meant? No. So, and most users would just not even bother reading it. But, yeah, that's what happened with Linus on that. I don't fault Linus at all on that. No, how would he know? You won't know until you know. Part of being a new user in Linux is wiping out your desktop when you don't mean to. Now I just do it for fun these days. All right, so we need to take a look. Let's just cat xorg. What does this look like? Yeah, you see all these custom monitors. You see the device and video. Got to get rid of that. I don't see anything else. Let's cat xorg.backup maybe. Let's see what that looks like. Backup. The backup still has NVIDIA in it. Let's just cat. Do we have an original? .conf NVIDIA. All of those are bad. All right. Well, when in doubt, just delete them all. Let's just xorg.conf and well, let's just do a star. Is there anything else I'm gonna wipe out by doing that? Nah. Oops. What's in the conf D, I wonder? Nothing. Force. All right, cool. That should be good. I haven't installed any AMD stuff. Let's do another apt list installed, and we're just gonna grep NVIDIA one more time here. So we're gonna just go NVIDIA. What do we have? We have some lib NVIDIAs that we need to get rid of. One more purge. So this one's just gonna be a lib NVIDIA, and we'll do star. Yep. All right. Now NVIDIA's pretty much cleared from the system. We don't have any AMD stuff, even though we have that new system in. Let's first look at LSPCI. Let's just grab VGA probably. VGA should get us there, right? And there's our new Vega 64. So the system's reading it. We have everything done. Let's give it a reboot. Yeah, Linus should have used Mint. Luke's having a lot better time. I was actually watching something the other day from Linus Tech Tips. Luke, I think he might go full Linux here, man. I think he's got bit by the bug. It sounded like he said he installed it on another computer, so now he's got 2 Linux boxes. I think he's going down the rabbit hole. I think he's going full blue pill here, guys. Or red pill. Yeah, red pill. All right, so now we have our very, very large display. Yeah, let's go. What do we got? Which one was this? Was it number 3? Yeah, number 3. No, yeah, I could have just done auto remove. Correct you are, sir. That would have been probably a better way of doing it. All right, so probably the first thing I want to do, Lutris has probably some of the best documentation for drivers. So if we go graphics drivers, is I think AMD is real heavy with Mesa and some other things. I would remove the chat feed here too, guys, by the way. It's just, for now, I'm going to probably go right back to our build once we've got everything fixed up. Which it does not look like it's going to take a long time because, well, installing AMD is pretty freaking slick and just awesome. I mean, really, you get down to it. I don't need any of that other business they got going on. I just want to get the base packages. And let's just come into here. Let's just grab them base packages. Oh, already installed. Auto remove. Let's get rid of the rest of the NVIDIA stuff. There we go. Let's just do sudo apt update. Do you have any packages to update here? Let's check. Oh man, all right. Well, I gotta check out Luke's video. I love seeing new folks try out Linux. It's especially, I think it's good. Like I said, there's a lot of attractiveness to it. I like to go 3% over 100. I'm an overachiever. That's what I do. I don't go to 10, I go to 11. I don't go to 100, I go to 103. I like to go 108 sometimes, 113, but only in increments of 5 offset by 3. What do we got? 65 packages. APT list. Upgradable. We got some system D updates, some UDev. Sure. No, you just use the open source drivers. You don't install AMD drivers. There's some packages like DXVK and some other stuff to make games work on Linux, but for the most part, AMD just works right out of the box, just fine. Although my resolution here is off, so we need to fix the resolution. I'm not using a desktop environment though, so I don't have a nice little display to come up. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I do to modify that. I could use xrandar or arandar as a graphic element with that in there. Did I get Diablo 2 Resurrected working on Linux? I did, and then it broke. So, you know, I got it to launch. I played for a little bit. I'm like, awesome, got it going. I'll make a video about this. And then I rebooted or time passed, and then I went to relaunch it again, and then nope. So that's why I'm building the game server, just so I have a real consistent experience. All right. We got that going. Now let's fix our display, right? I'll probably just do arandar. Probably not the best way to do this, but should be fine. Resolutions 1028. I wonder why it's not primary. Interesting. All right. xrandar failed to get size of gamma for output defaults. Well, that's not good. It might be the mirror that I'm doing on that. Let me think about this. I might be able to unplug it and plug it back in. Give it the old reboot. Let's reboot first, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do something with that business. xrandar should give me more resolutions. The fact it only gave me 1024 by 768 tells me I got some other shenanigans happening here. Ah, that's interesting. Got some errors. I probably should look at my journal CTL. That's still 1024. Thanks for the tip there, Peter. I think I already have AMD U code. List installed grep AMD. Probably don't need to do sudo for that. Oh, that's a lot of AMD. All right, well, let's just grep U code, right? What U code drivers do I have? I don't have AMD U code. Really? Did I not? Well, this is an Arch. This is Debian. So I think Debian doesn't actually have the U codes like you see in Arch. I know this looks like Arch, but it's not. No, I haven't done the config yet, Zach. I'm still working on getting kind of everything in place. Tracking down every little dependency, kind of doing it because I took Barbarossa's genome project and modified it heavily because his is all based on Arch, and there's certain things about it that obviously need to work on. All right, let's fix this up. I'm gonna check about. I don't think it's reading the display quite right yet. Let's see.
Nope. That give me anything? Come on. Go, monitor. Ah. All right. Debian Wiki for AMD. Yeah, let's see. I'm doing something wrong. Let's see what I'm doing wrong. Usually it just works and detects my resolution. I think it's something with my screen mirroring that I'm doing. I have a specific device back there that splits what I see and what you see on the stream. And I think it's something with my mirroring software, why that's not coming in right on my resolution. Usually you can just do like an X-Randar. But X-Randar is just not giving me anything. It should give me all of that. So something's up with that. Ask Alexa. I don't have Alexa anymore. I killed Alexa. She gone. Yeah, man, I got some crazy stuff happening here. So this room, you can't really tell. I think my cousin visited me. And he was like, dude, you do a great job with this little closet that you're in. This room is about 8 feet wide. I can almost touch the sides of the walls standing up and going like this. And usually it's just a bunch of wide angle shots and doing some camera trickery to do that. Sometimes I flip it, but I like to, when I'm looking at my monitor, it looks, what you guys are seeing, it looks like I'm looking at my monitor. So sometimes I flip it, and then when I come back to full screen and I don't have my green screen down, I'll do some other stuff, which is kind of neat. Should have stayed with NVIDIA. No, it's fine. It just has to detect the card. Yeah, I'm sure Vega 64 is an older card too, so it's gonna work perfect. Just gotta. Let's see. Let's Google it. Oh man. Let's just give it an old Google. We'll ask the Google gods what's going on. Vega 64 not detected. Debian. All right. See, this X-Randar should show a mode. It should show this. You should have display ports, HDMI ports, all that. I think it's something with my Xorg because I blew out all of Xorg. Let's go full Linus here and just remove Xorg. No, we do need to repopulate Xorg though. I kid. I love Linus. Xorg. Repopulate Xorg. Repopulate Xorg.conf. All right, AMD microcode is the package. Let's see what we have. I think I already have the microcode package. We'll check that real fast. Microcode, no. Let's see what we got with that. Man, you guys are good. Thanks, chat. Oh, actually, you know what?
Let's just take a little AMD microcode. Boom. We do need to get that. I did not know that Debian uses microcode for that. I should, but I don't. Yeah, he went commercial workspace. I saw that. I'm not, I don't like overhead. I like to just be able to just say, hey, I want to quit anytime I want. I don't want a lease and people I have to pay or keep on the payroll or any of that. That just sounds like stress. Maybe that's it. We just got to do an app to install Steam. Oh, it's already installed. It was worth a shot. Sudo go Linus. Yes, do as I say. All right. Let's see. Microcode is for the CPU. Yes, you're correct. But I do need it anyways. It's just somebody was pointing out, like, hey, do you have your Ucode or microcode drivers? And I was like, no, I don't actually. Missing firmware. I shouldn't need any firmware for Vega 64. All right, let's see. Journal, CTL, P, and XB. P3. What do we got here? Oh, wrong key. Let's see. Kitty connection. That's nothing. Jack is audio. Blues is Bluetooth. I don't even have Bluetooth. Nothing too big there. Good command though. I like that command. Linus is watching and laughing and laughing. It's the idea, man. You gotta have fun, man. Hey, Chris, yesterday I tried your art script, but I have a question. Can you add VMware tools as a question to the installer? Yeah, Daddy, I need to make a little bit more going on with that. All right, let's see if this does anything. Did I reboot after I cleared out Xorg? I can't remember. Yeah, I think I did. All right, we're going to come right back to this, guys. Let's try Windows. What does Windows do when you switch a graphics driver? Let's see what the user experience is on Windows, right? We dual boot. Obviously, I want to see if Windows is detecting everything as it should. Hopefully. Yeah, I'll update it soon, Daddy. I usually pick through the issues on the GitHub. About once a week, I usually approach that. All right, let's try Windows 11 and see what happens when you switch from NVIDIA to AMD on it. All right. That looks like the wrong display. But we don't have the drivers in yet. Where'd display go on Windows? Oh, hell. Whatever. I just can't hang with that. Where's my display? Stop. Oh, I thought there was display settings still in here. Can I not access the old display in Windows 11? Or am I missing it? I will. Phooey. Alright, we still have the resolution problem. But that is probably from our old device manager. What do we got? Let's first purge our NVIDIA. Do we have an NVIDIA in here? I think I was using NV clean install for this guy. NV clean install, where are you at? Uninstall. Alright, we'll try the devil OS. Old Windows. The Antichrist. I mean, Windows isn't that bad. I always bag on it, but... it has its time and place. It's decent for gaming here. Let's remove all these drivers. All right, that's good. Then we'll just grab the new AMD drivers, right? Let's see. Download AMD drivers. So lovely. Ooh, graphics. Where's our Vegas 64? Do we have it? Yeah. Oh, it does have it has a Windows 11 edition. Cool. Wait, discard. No. Let's go WHQL. I would much rather have a more stable driver. Yeah, I could use DDU. Nothing wrong with that. I think it found the driver automatically for me. Look at that. Oh. Alright, well. Damn it. Nope. What happened? Well, that was odd. Did it blow out my network drive? Well, fixed my display automatically. But now my network driver is gone missing. Oh. Alright, well, I hate it when Windows just does that. I'd rather install my drivers myself. Windows, do as I say. I'm gonna just say that every time I do something. Do as I say. No. Alright, no, I don't want this system. Alright, fine Windows. Systemdm.cpl. Give me this one. This is what I want. No. Okay, cool. That's managed. Why is it installing drivers when I have it set to specifically... No, don't automatic. I guess it's just ignoring that setting now. Oh, well. Chalk up one more bug to Windows 11 here. WHL or WHQL is usually quality, and it's usually tried and true and not bad, but I'm it's just doing some funky stuff now. Let's just let it sit for a second. Wait, there's my network driver. There it goes. I just... Oh, that's annoying. So you can't disable auto driver installs on Windows 11. That's gonna come back to bite Windows in the butt. I can't tell you how many times I've had an auto driver install that did not go right. But however, it should be noted, this does look like it's working. Let's retry our download, shall we? Cortana has me covered. Do I even have Cortana? I think did they remove Cortana from Windows 11? I think it's still there. It's just not as egregious, I think, as before. Can I change? I'm on that thing on the beta build too here. Let's see. I think it's been a minute since I've been in here. Don't download those. Pause. Can I change? I think I'm still on the dev build of Windows 11, by the way. I switch to beta channel. Now I keep trying to get beta channel, but it just, I keep missing the window of opportunity there. Let's fix my... Now we got a decent driver installed. Let's fix our desktop. Gonna go? Huh.
Got to be careful with some of this. I might get demonetized. I had a nice wallpaper, but yeah, there it is. Go. Whatever. All right, let's just install our drivers. Call it a day. Windows was pretty good though. I will give it credit. Credit where credit is due. Well, alrighty then. It just says no. Usually sometimes you can go into properties and it'll say it's blocked. But it's just saying like, no, you can't install this driver. What? That's weird. All right, well, let's try and get the AMD tool set. Let's just go auto detect on this. I haven't used our auto detect in a little bit. All right. Where's the download for this thing? I'll give credit where it's due. Error. That's true. Well, at least we're at a proper resolution. Kudos to Windows on that. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Let's keep. Probably need to run their auto install tool anyways. There's probably some AMD chipsets that I'm missing as well that it might fix. WinGet remove Windows. I love WinGet, man. Like I was thinking about doing a video about how some things are better in terminal than GUI. Specifically installing programs or downloading drivers and those types of things. I really prefer the terminal. Some like bulk file copies, obviously terminal is going to win out. I was trying to look at other instances where terminal would beat GUI, but it just depends on what it is. But yeah, installing drivers, man, I tell you, for sure. I hate this. All right, we'll just grab all that. New chipset drivers, that might help us. I just wonder why Wallpaper Engine crapped out on me. Maybe it didn't. What driver did it grab? Let's look. I mean, that's a pretty recent driver right there. Look at that, 1018. Everybody's like, why, Chris? Why? Hey, Windows is still the gaming matriarch of all. Or patriarch. I don't know. Where all the games happen. Why are you in Windows? I'm about to mess everybody's mind up when we go to the Windows server. Because we're going to be in Linux and Windows at the same time, and people are going to be like, wait, what? So the Linux portion of our main PC here did have some issues with the resolution. It just was not detecting properly. So I'm curious to see what happens. We'll reboot back in and troubleshoot what happened with that. I think it's personally an Xorg issue, and we'll take a look at Xorg and see what we can do. Let's research that, why this package is installing in the background for Windows. I think Windows is pretty much up to date with the NVIDIA to AMD switch. But this is a good example of the differences between Windows and Linux, you know? That's why I pulled up Windows. I was like, need to update the driver there too. Obviously, Windows is going to be a bit more user-friendly in this regard, because I thought, honestly, AMD should have just worked right out of the gate, but for whatever reason, it didn't. And I think that was just because I was set some of the Xorg settings in there. Not to give an excuse for Linux, but it was odd. Linux not detecting GPU outputs. Xorg.
Let's see. Maybe AMD. We'll just do AMD. Yeah, so LSPCI, we did see that in there. Xorg log. I think we are having some issues with that. What do the people say on all the old Arch forums? That's a NVIDIA or Intel integrated AMD GPU. This should be right. There might be a kernel setting actually. You know what? I bet it is a kernel setting with Linux. I think when I installed my AMD or my NVIDIA driver, I had a little kernel setting, which was kind of interesting. Obviously, EDP1. What? This guy's using external graphics on this. Ooh. Yikes. External GPUs are rough. Ultra wide. So what I need to do is check kernel settings. I think I have no mode set, and that'll mess things up. Also, I might take this little section right here. Might look at that. That's another thing, and actually populate some of Xorg for it. If anybody else in chat has ideas. Xconfigure, maybe do sudo xconfigure. I'll try that out too. Not too bad. It just looks like a lot. When you get familiar with both Windows and Linux, they all have their quirks. The most user-friendly OS out there is probably going to be Mac, though. I hate to say it. It's like my most hated one, too. Not hated, because I use Mac over here, which is, shoot, let's see. I think it's still around, right? This is my Mac box. Does it come up? Yeah, so this is my Mac box. I do a lot of my video edits on Mac, just because Final Cut Pro is freaking unbelievably awesome. But I would say that's probably the most stable, best user experience out there when it comes to a system. I just am very bored of Mac is all. I guess that's a good thing when you say you're bored of something. But I just hate its layout. I want to change the way Mac looks, and that's the thing I probably hate the most about it. Like the taskbar, I don't like that at all. I hate the Mac taskbar. Kernel headers installed. I might try that too. All right, that should be pretty good, guys. Install is complete. We will not allow AMD to do telemetry. We'll give it a roll restart. Watch, there'll be updates. That'd be great. That'd be great. And now we're installing updates because we're Windows, and that's all we do now is install updates. I joke, but maybe if I... Okay, cool. No updates this time around. All right, now let's come back into old Linux. Oh, wait. Did you guys catch that? Can somebody rewind on stream and look? There was something there. I saw it was like AMG GPU. It was something with the firmware. Oh, I think there was something funky there. Let's go grub. What do we got? Oh, it's not a kernel parameter. Was it xconfigure? What was that? It's not a command. I can't remember the xconfig command. Okay, I need to remove error. That's super annoying. That's one. AMD requires firmware installed. Oh. Yep. Drip. Yeah, gosh, I tell you, that's annoying. So maybe it was the header. What is it? Headers? Let's Google it. Firmware-AMD graphics. Is that a package? Oh. I've never installed this package. That's kind of funny. That'd be funny if that was it. But then again, I don't... No, I was using my Vega in there. Oh well. Let's give it a reboot after we install the firmware. Linux image headers. Yeah. That's right. I think I have the headers already. Let's see, let's watch. See, no error that time. Yeah, that was it, guys. All right, well, there you go. Difference between Windows and Linux. Apparently, when you install NVIDIA and you switch over, you need to grab, if on a Debian system, you need to grab that that driver. Look at that, it looks good. All right, cool. We now have all of our stuff. You can see we have HDMI. I do have a display port connected over there, but I don't think I actually have that hooked up to anything. Anyways, we are now fully... Oh, wait, what was the refresh on that? 60? Okay, yeah, I'm not 144. All right, so we've gotten Windows fixed. We've gotten Linux fixed on our GPU swap. Nothing too bad. Let's look here. We probably want to grab Xorg, but let's do a list and grep. What do we have? AMD GPU. Let's see what packages are available. This is probably going to give us too much, but unable to locate package list. Say what? Oh. Install list. Nope. My bad. Is there anything else in here? So we already have AMD GPU. I think that was actually a dependency of the firmware. So what you're telling me to install is actually that package. It's already installed by default. So all we needed was that one command for the firmware. So if you switch from NVIDIA over to AMD, just make sure you install the AMD firmware package. Yeah. Drip, 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 drip. Let's fix that real quick, because otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. Oops. Oh, what do we have? Bell. Is there another bell? Enable audio belt. Hell no. Get out of here with that. All right. Now. All right. No more bell. We're good. Alrighty, guys. So this is pretty much good. This is the new desktop environment and everything I'm working on. We're all solid here. Now it's time to flip back over to the hardware installs. Enter me, and you guys can roast me as much as you want in chat, because I'm not a hardware guy. Don't pretend to be. And this was just a straight swap of the PSU. We went to a 1000 watt PSU on this one, and we also switched out to the Vega 64, which you see right there. Nitro Sapphire Vega 64. One of my favorite cards of all time. I absolutely love that card. So let's power off. And oh wait, we can leave that running. I don't need to power it off. Oh well, it's gone now. Let's come on back to old chat.
Turn that back on. And now we have build time. Alrighty. Now for this, since I'm such a cheap ass, we have a whole bunch of fun stuff to mess with. All this is secondhand parts. As, again, I'm cheap and I don't like buying new stuff. I will roast you for not using a 144 hertz monitor. Man, I don't know. I just can't justify buying a new monitor. This one works just fine at 60 hertz. But before we go, 1 second. Come on, camera. Focus. Focus. Is that it focusing at all? Ah, come on. I think I know how to work a camera. Been on YouTube for like 3 years. You'd be wrong. Although I did start. What is that? Better? Nope, still look like a blob on the screen. Ah, there we go. Bam. All right. Perfect. Wow. Well, it would be better if I had this camera right here up high. But since I don't do gaming builds at all, or any kind of build, I build out a computer maybe once a year, or even longer, usually twice. I'll go 2-3 years before even doing any PC work. So that's what's up. Alrighty. Oh, I don't want to do this. That and I don't really like. Okay, I don't know what was up with me, but look at this. This is like literally a 5-year-old power supply, and yours truly was in such a rush. I never removed the plastic from it. Might be caked on now. That is embarrassing. I will say the EVGA one was better. That was still a good peel. This is a little. Oh wait. Oh, it's like it's brand new. Put camera on boom arm. Don't really have. So I should stipulate on my cameras, they're all hooked up to HDMI cables. I don't have any SD cards. I don't use batteries, and I don't have a camera crew or anything like that. So everything gets processed and thrown through that PC. All the post-processing happens in real time. So I'm never really doing anything other than just hitting start streaming or start recording. The stream product is almost identical to the actual recording product because of how I have it set up. The downside is I can't really put it on a boom arm, and I lose a lot of mobility, which is fine when the room is this small, but sucks for some options. Not to say I couldn't rig it up, but I would have to probably install an outlet up there. I'll probably end up doing it just because I like messing around with stuff. But that's a whole different video. All right, we're gonna take this guy and put it over here. All right, Michael. Well, if you're ever in the DFW area, man, you're always welcome to come by. Yeah, let's see. All right, let's take a look at this piece of crap. Oh, I can tell already I don't like this. Well, let's flip it over.
It's like looking at the bottom. First thing, I need to fix the dog ear. See this dog ear here? It's kind of bent. Maybe you can't see it from that angle. That dog ear got a little mangled in the shipping portion. So let's fix that up. Come on, man. Bending this steel is not great. But if we can get it close. Just that part. Might need to hammer that out a little bit. Alright, 1 second. I'll leave the door open so you guys can hear the faint hammering in the background. I'm going to take this to the work shed and then show you the final product. 1 second. Alrighty. Perfection. May not be the prettiest thing in the world, but pretty straight. Still a little bit of a bend to it, but it should be straightened out when we go to mount it in the rack. So we should be fine. Yeah, so the dog ears here and why we need that straight, why we really need to focus on the connection of this, there is no rack rails. Again, when you buy a really cheap case like this, you're not going to want to spend $100 on rails that are more than the case. So you want those dog ears really connected and fitting good. Otherwise, that's going to be just sad. It's going to look a little rough. Even though that looks like it, from the outside, it didn't scar up too bad. It's mainly on the inside of the dog ear. So you won't really see that at all. Now, what did I do with my screwdriver? That is the question. I always lose my tools. It would not be me if I did not lose at least one or two tools. There we go. It looks like there's only 2 screws for the top. Here comes the moment of truth, whether or not this is... we'll see how this system is. It's going to be interesting. I hope there's enough room. That's the big thing. Alrighty. Well, that's a little depressing. Yeah. Guess it's not the end of the world. All right, first we're getting rid of this. Then this does look like it has a bracket, so I'll strip this out too. I'm not going to need a bunch of 3.5s. Although I might be able to leave this in and get away with it now that we have the small 2060. So let's take a look. Ugh. We'll first get rid of this right here. Just making sure I pulled the hard drive out of the old one. That would have been bad. Right now, we are building out a gaming server that we will host Windows on and that we will stream from any box, whether it's a Pi, whether it's Linux, all of that stuff is what we're doing. So I took my Insight system and we're transplanting it into this guy. And this will just stay on forever. And then we can play any game we want while staying in Linux. It's a hell of a deal. Although, I should have not cheaped out so bad on the case. I kind of regret grabbing this case. This case sucks. Well, let's see. Let's reserve judgment until we get it done. Although, you know what? This is actually the first server case I've seen that comes with a USB 3. So never mind. Never mind. This could be the best case yet. Nay, I really like that. So maybe I was just hesitant. Do that. First thing though, let's rip out all these crappy fans. These fans are garbage. Roswell fans. Nothing worse in the out there. Let's just let's just take that. Those fans, no. That's not gonna cut it for us. You might be thinking, why does it matter what kind of fan you have? Sound is a big concern for me since I record all the time in here. If any of these systems or boxes makes any sound, you're going to hear it on my mic. So I purposely have ripped apart almost every single box and replaced it with Noctua, Be Quiet, whatever. Any decent low profile or low noise fan. Yeah, Noctua only, for sure. I tell ya. Alright, for this, I think we will remove the cage for now. You guys get some drill ASMR here. No, I'm not going to do that to you. I should just use the manual, but, you know, I don't want to. It'll take forever using the manual. Interesting. I don't know how they attach this fan. Oh, never mind. I see. Yeah, there's another one over here. Alrighty, let's flip this guy around. They didn't even bother putting 4 screws in it. They're just like, meh, 2's enough. Love it. Alright. Oh! Yep, doesn't matter. Does not matter. What did I do with my fans? Yeah, Be Quiet's solid, man. You can't really go wrong with Be Quiet, Noctua. Whatever you got. There's a little bit of a premium on Noctua fans these days. I still love them, though. They're just, like, tried and true classics, man. And I kind of like the brown aesthetic. Yeah. That's gonna work nicely. Sweet. You ever wondering on fans too? Label usually dictates airflow. So if you see the label, that's where it's going. Air's going that way. And for this, it'll be hooked up like that. It'll be sucking air from the front because everything rack mount, you want it in the front. All the air coming from the front and going out the back. Most systems are designed that way, but everything in the rack is usually designed that way. Rarely ever see anything different. Ah, get the mic back. Throwing that mic way over there. I do have a compressor set up, so if it just grabs enough of my voice, it usually will amplify it, but I know that it'll probably sound like crap. Yeah, well. Alrighty. We got our little... So this is what we got. Throw a little filter. Sucks all the stuff from there into here. I mean, it's not like the worst design in the world. Definitely not very good, though. Not my favorite. It's fine, though. So, let's do this. Of course. There it goes. Now, if I was thinking right, probably want to go like this, actually. Put that on the bottom. Should have enough slack. We do have extensions with Noctua, so it's not the end of the world. Who needs screws, Jalopy? Oh, man, I tell you. Well, I really don't like this, but, you know. That should be. That's not gonna work. What in the heck? Mix up my screws. Oh, I mixed up the screws. Hopefully I didn't just strip all my screws out. That would be unfortunate. It's hard to see with this. I will say the Chinbro cheaper ones, I like those systems a little bit better than Roswell's.
I think they do a better job with just the design. I mean, this is better than the last Roswell I had, though. Although the last one before this, I think I just stripped it apart and just used it for mining rigs. Because for 20 bucks, I think that's all I could get. And it had enough for like a power button and some other shenanigans. Yeah, this case is a little weird. Trying to... Yeah, the big thing here is I just kind of want to put everything in the rack. This is actually my last desktop computer, and then everything will be in my rack going forward. I won't have any desktops in the house. Well, my wife has a desktop, but I really just kind of wanted... Get a little bit better angle here. Making sure it's nice and snug, because if you don't, that fan vibration will definitely hurt. We don't want rattling. Pretty good. Should do an insert verge comment here. Now what you want to do is grab it and turn it as hard as you possibly can until you strip the heads of the screws. These screws are so cheap, I probably just did that. Sorry, come on. I gotta troll a little bit. Okay, so we got that Noctua there. We'll go ahead and put in 2 more Noctuas on the back side. Should be good. I like the fact Noctua is starting to do some gray fans. Kind of funny. The brown is a bit hideous. Like I care, though. Works out pretty nicely. Show a little shot of this once that's done. Front's right here. Right there. And then the back side, we got the inflow. Do there. But since that's 120, we want to add another secondary fan.
that right here. Yeah. So you got to have, like I said, I think earlier in the first transplant we did where we switched out the NVIDIA card, we really were just wanting to get a neutral airflow, meaning your intake should match your exhaust. And that's kind of what I aim for. So 280 mils against a 120 is close enough. So these are all exhaust. That's the 120 is the intake. And that should get us pretty much where we need to go. Next up, we might need to do some standoffs for that board. Let me just kind of map out the board here. We got 9 standoffs needed. All pretty much symmetrical. So we need 3 more standoffs. Yeah, sudo apt install hardware. Man, I'd hate to be a hardware YouTuber. I don't really enjoy building a PC. It sucks. I don't know why. I really don't. That's probably why I use old hardware. Just because I don't want to go build a new one. And I don't trust any of the manufacturers to send me anything that's worth a damn. Like all the pre-builds, even like the really nice ones like from Origin and stuff. Not that I've ever gotten one, but I don't know. I rarely run into one where I'm like, oh, this is nice. Usually I'm like, why did they do this proprietary crap on this one? I mean, not to single out any manufacturer, they all kind of do it. It's just kind of annoying. Much rather have something a little more open and has a high repairability. You know, you just can't beat that. And this is basically what we're doing, just adding a couple standoffs. Oh, fun. Still a little bit to go. Did you watch Formula One? No, I haven't seen it. Isn't that, what is that, Matt Damon? Formula One? Or Matt Damon and Christian Bale? Or am I thinking a different movie? I've never seen him going to like a press junket. You know what would be nice? I used to have like a little wrench where it would just go right over these standoffs and you could tighten them down really nice. Maybe, just maybe, I have something like that. Now let's see. They did send me something. Alright, instead of doing it this really, really bad way, let's see, does that work? Ah, that's the way to do it. should use a hex instead of sitting here with a needle nose. So much better. Sat here wasting 5 minutes screwing these standoffs in. What's the old phrase? The right tool for the job? Always do that, right? And might as well, while we're here, make sure these are good. You're usually nice and snug. Alright, our standoffs are in place. Everything should be good with that. Yay. Next up, front panels. We'll organize all that. And then once we get the front panels in, we put the PSU in. I like to kind of save everything on the motherboard for last, just because kind of get a good flow, and then I can cable manage a lot of this. I wish a lot of trays usually you can slide some cables underneath. These trays are all blocked off from the side, so I can't really get anything under there, sad to say. So again, server cases is always tricky to cable manage. Alright. But the Gigabyte or Aurorus thing, whatever it is, they have this nice little thing. So you plug everything in, and this just plugs right into the motherboard. It's like the cheater way of doing motherboard connections. I love it. Are you setting this up to play EverQuest? Hell yeah, Ben. You better believe it, man. I love me some EverQuest. EverQuest 1 forever. Ride or die, old school EverQuest. Just came out with the 28th expansion. And you guys think I'm joking. I'm not. Is there another power? Yeah, power LEDs over here. Usually there's a 3-pin and a 2-pin on the power LED. Alright, power LEDs there. Good. What do we got next? Let's make sure I'm not... Next up is power switch. What are we doing? Power... Yeah. Usually the positive is when you're facing the top here. Usually the positive's on the... Well, you flip it over, usually there's a little arrow to tell you which is positive. Not always, but most times. That should be good. Hard drive. HD. Or sometimes they even have a plus symbol like that one. Those are the best. Alright. CI. Speaker. This should be good. Alright, let's get these out of the way. Take this. Nope. Got that. Make sure that's all good. And then we start to cable manage this guy. Alright, we doing red again, guys, or you guys want a different one from my fancy zip ties? That's all we get. RGB. Should we do blue? This is gonna be Windows. We're gonna do blue. I'm not gonna ask. I like blue. This is gonna be the Windows box, so we're gonna go blue. Even though it is Team Red though, so there is that. All blue, beige. Oh man, I tell you. Alrighty, it should be about right. Hardware is right on the corner of the board, actually, so probably need to be. Go ahead, put this guy right here. And we'll cut the tails real fast. And then work on a little bit more cable management. I'm like the grandpa of PC building when it comes to... That's why I don't do it usually. Ever so slowly, we edge towards the progress of finishing. Probably set a world record for slowest PC build. Alright, let's see here. That's going to be sitting right on the corner, right about right here. Probably come out a little bit. Aim right there. Or speaker. Speaker, so it should pivot around. Plug in about like that. All right. Yeah. Well, as a guy that only builds a PC about once every 2 years, I take my time. Take my time with the cable management. All right, so that goes in. Where's our fan headers? We have system fan header. We have plenty of fan headers here. 4 there. What do we got? 2 on the top, maybe. I'm just looking at the motherboard right now. Does look like we have probably 1 fan extension and another fan over here. I got enough. Should be fine. This one may reach. It's so close to reaching. I could pull it out. Yeah, that'll work. We don't need to leave it in there. These will probably come down. This one will come over, plug in right here. I know this seems silly, taking my time managing this, but yeah, no. Slow and steady wins the race. Instead of sitting there going, throw everything together and then all of a sudden it doesn't post, you don't have to worry about any of that. Watch it not post. After I said that. Be good. That would be good. Alrighty, hands done. Other run should be over to here. We'll probably just wait to manage that. Might tie it in with something else. Alright, fans are done. USB 3. That should go right in, no problem. USB 2. We do have a USB 2 and 3 ports on this. 2 is going to come out and down over to here. We'll probably tie it in with this fan as well. Perfect. All right. That's all mapped out, ready to go. And probably one overlook that I might have done. Our fan hard drive bay. Let's go ahead and put that back into. See how that goes. Oh, there. Let's just get this done. Excuse the noise. Just getting this USB-C out of the way. All right. That's good. Now, power supply. I forgot to remove the old cable management. We should probably go ahead and do that. One of these days with these snippers, I'm gonna catch one of these power cables. It's inevitable. That'd be such a sad face. Clack. Goodbye. Oh. The glory of no modular power supplies. The true working man's PSU. Alright. Pretty good. We're gonna exhaust that into the case, of course. There's no exterior fans. Yeah, we switched all the blue for the Windows build here, right? Okay. That's done. We're almost ready for the motherboard, guys. It should go pretty quick once we hit that step. I just like to plan everything out beforehand. There's nothing worse than having something go wrong after you put your board in. You're like, oh crap, I needed to put this over here. That just sucks. I'll flip this case around here shortly. All right. Got that. All right, let's do it. Probably do some of the cutouts first, actually, before we put the board in. Got. So we'll do 2 cutouts here. I like to do the cutouts before I put the board in because when you're pulling these cutouts out, it's real easy to scar up your motherboard. I don't think anybody's ever really broken their motherboard doing cutouts, but at the same time, why take the risk? All right, we have 1 GPU. Any other cutouts I need to do? I don't think I'm gonna need any USB ports. There's like 10 USB ports on there. I do have a USB card. And then we have our little 2.5 card here. Let's see what we got. Box cutter screwdriver. Oh, this looks like a return. Thanks, Amazon. Oh, that does not look very pretty right there. No tape. Great. Almost looks like there's smoke or some damage on this card. Well, one way to find out if it works. Let's put that probably towards the bottom here. That one here, right there. Okay. Now it's time for all of it to just come together. Probably not the way to put this in, but I'm gonna... Ah, crap. Never mind. This right here needs to be covered up. It's like, wait, I always miss something. All right, now let's try. Ooh, that is tight. Yikes. All right. It does look like it's... everything looks like it's lining up. All right. Hey, come on. On camera. Let's take this blue off, maybe. Give me a little more focus than that. Yeah, there we go. A little better. You don't need an I/O plate on a server case? I mean, it's already there. I mean, most server cases might have it built in, but I'm gonna put it in. There's a spot for it. Let's see if there's anything else I messed up here. I got the Mint server in the garage, Michael. Let's see. Dang autofocus. Yeah, so this is just an old 1700, man. Ryzen 1st gen. You could probably get one of these secondhand for pretty cheap these days. I need it, right? Yeah, more air cooling. This is, I mean, I don't think we're going to run it. Well, yeah, we're going to run this pretty hard. It will grab a lot of, well, when we're booting in games, I'm sure we're going to run this pretty high in there. Spec sheets. Let's see, another one. Come on, I know you got more. Motherboard screw, please. Good. Cool thing about this one is we do have an LED. The Gigabyte Auroras has the numbers, so we can tell if it actually posts without plugging it in. We don't need a monitor, which is quite nice. Another one. And once we have this completely mounted, we should be able to hit the power button and see what we get. I don't think this one's going to end up quite as nice as the last one, just because we got this old school power supply here, where it's not modular or even semi-modular. It is just straight up cheapo ATX power supply. Yeah, so this, I guess I should walk through the specs, the full specs of the server, or what the final specs will be. It'll be Windows 10. It'll be Ryzen 1700, NVIDIA 2060. Oh, man. And 16 gigs of memory. So it should be able to play pretty much any game we want at 1080p. Again, I'm not... a lot of people were critiquing my 60 hertz monitor earlier, but 60 hertz game streaming's pretty standard, or 60 FPS. So, yeah, no. Come on. Go over. Ah. Man, I'm shaking like an alcoholic that hadn't had a drink in a day or two. Ah. Alright. So now we got that in. And that fan. Good. USB. Perfect. Man, there's a ton of fan headers on this motherboard. Plug that in, probably. Might actually come around this way with it. Well.
I just do it by feel.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Xeon, why they're very performant, not to say anything bad about Xeon performance, it's just they're very loud and I don't know. I would just much rather have a 5950, sweet performance at pretty nice rates, man. All right, we're gonna snake this around. Ah, yes, that should be pretty good. Aha. All that looks good, and then we'll grab our shady $20 Amazon 2.5 gigahertz card and toss it in here. Make sure I lined up my cutouts correctly. It'd be embarrassing. Oh no. Oh well. Embarrassed I am. It is not a 1X. I thought it was a 1X for that card. The 2.5 is actually a 4X. So when you're looking at it, that's not a 1X. That's okay. See if I might have a... Maybe if I have them blank. I have a blank. But alas, I don't think I have one. Ah, wait. Ah! Victory! A blank. See, not throwing anything away. It comes in handy sometimes. Alright. Alright. Throw that over there. Alright. Even though I chopped off this, we'll just toss this blank in. I think half this stream is me just wandering around looking for my tools. Just how it happens. Just me. Pretty good. Pretty snug. Oh. Crap. I'm such a goob. How did that happen? I grabbed the USB card.
What did I do with my 2.5 card?
Oh. It's right here. And dang it. Oh my gosh. I am a tard. Alright, well that's a hilarious tidbit. This is a 1X. Yeah. The USB card was a 4X. You know what? A little snug. Oh, there it went again. That crappy... I swear that switch is going to be the death of me. I hate that switch. It always goes out on me on the worst time, guys. Anyways, what'll happen because of how YouTube streaming works? Your guys' resolution is going to be downgraded to 144. Either refresh the page or click the little cog and switch it back to 1080p. I should be getting a new switch probably before the end of the year. I ordered it already, but they're back because of all the shortages. They're back ordered, so I probably won't get it until probably mid-December. So sadly, just gonna run into that a little bit on the streams. Alright, should be pretty good. So we got our USB card, our 2.5, and now our graphics card. But before we do the graphics card, we need to put in our power cables. I like to kind of do graphics last. Just gonna put that in. I'll flip this around and show you guys. Let's get that. Got the CPU. Not labeled, but I'm gonna... Oh, there it is. Disabled. There it is. CPU. There's the CPU. And what other power do we need in here? I don't really see anything else. Maybe a USB or get our SATA drive in as well. Well, I'll turn this around. All right. Got all these screws right here. That's not going to end in disaster. That's this angle, and then finally grab our SATA. And we already have an NVMe drive in here, 250. So we're just adding some storage for the games, local storage. I don't think we'll really need it, but it's always good to have 6 terabytes just laying around, you know. Toss that guy in there. Let's just put that. Probably gonna want graphics card's gonna lay right here, so these bays will be full. if something like nope. Need to come up a little bit. No, don't like that either. I think we're gonna go to the bottom. We're just gonna throw it at the bottom. No, I guess we're not. It has other plans. None of these line up with screws. Oh, gosh. You're kidding me. Really? What kind of janky? So check this out. The screws right here are about that long, right? Look at that. Look where they line up over here. I can't get more than one screw in either way, no matter how I place this drive. Roswell, how did you... That's what you get for buying cheap cases. That just goes with the territory. Wow. All right, well, we'll just put it all the way at the bottom because we're only going to be able to put 2 screws in. That's just criminal. Well, actually, we're only going to get 1 screw in because I can't even hit the other side as that's actually mounted on there. Oh, what terrible design. Okay. No, can't do that. 1 screw is just, nah. What if... I'm gonna have to get inventive with it. Get 2 screws. Alright. Oh, this is some jankiness, man. I wish I wasn't live streaming this. No. Oh, man. Well, gotta do what we gotta do. It'll be secure and out of the way. Oh. Well, this is a 6-pair. This is more for data, so it's not like the end of the world. But yeah, this is not great. So I can only hit one side, and this is going to cause this side to sag. So 1 second. These are not really meant for these types of screws, so I got something. Toss a couple washers on there, and then you should be fine. Gosh. That's terrible. Oh. It should just be like, there's a disconnection. Whatever. It's fine. Let's grab a couple of these guys. Need a little bit longer screw. Oh, this drive? No, it'll be fine. Not gonna see much heavy use, I don't think. Not much I can do, though. I was planning on putting it over there, but that's just not gonna work. Alright, we got tons of Molex. We'll toss those over on this side. Got our SATA. There's that one. Or SATA. So for this SATA, toss it in here. And grab our cable. I knew we were going to have a Verge moment sometime. It was only a matter of time before we had something happen. Yeah, welcome to the wild world of cheap server cases. You gotta just kind of MacGyver it when it goes wrong. Or spend a lot of money and buy a proper case. That's also an option. You're not cheap. But... oh, crap. This is too tall. Dude. Just noticed. Yikes, man. One second, I got something. Good. Tell me I saved the back plate, right? Maybe. Okay. Swapping the heatsink. We could just remove the heatsink altogether. Why do you need a heatsink, right? All right. Great. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I think when I remove this, we're gonna have some issues, but let's get her done. Man, that is unfortunate. I'm glad I did it now, at least. No, cut the case. Don't take the Nocto off. Yeah, I can appreciate that. If I didn't have stuff... well, you know what? I'm not stacked up on top. Alright, guys. I guess for YouTube here, I got an idea. We gotta make some kind of memories, right? I this is gonna be great. You'll see here in a second. This is gonna be just fantastic. Oh boy. I really shouldn't do this, but dang. For the memes, man. For the memes, we got to. Oh, I'm getting giddy just thinking about it. Y'all are gonna lose your damn mind. This Noctua fan. Okay, we could. The proper way of doing it. I'll tell you what the proper way is before we just go ham. But all about the entertainment value at this point. All right, that came right off. So our good Noctua fan right here. Love it. Good. We could just take this. Oh, there goes a whole bunch of stuff. Grab these spacers. That. All right. We could just take this guy right here, put it on there, right? Problem solved. Or, this is a big or, we could upgrade the fan. Yeah. So, we could go crazy here. I know this other heatsink did not work, but, what about we go from this heatsink that's a little too big to this heatsink. Yeah. That's an upgrade right there, fellas. Then we just take a giant Dremel tool, bang, over the top part, and then just hopefully I don't drop anything down into it. It's an idea. That would be great. If we're really trying to make a meme style moment, that is what would happen. Oh my god. But it's already 1:30 and I have a lunch date with my wife. So I teased that, but really, let's not do that. Let's wipe off this old thermal paste and call it a day. Oh man, I had you going there for a minute though, didn't I? I will use this thermal paste out of here. Oh man, that'd have been great. All right, let me grab a paper towel. I'll be right back. Alrighty, here we go. Soak up some of this thermal. Basically all I'm doing is just kind of getting all the excess thermal, trying to avoid it dropping off on the sides. Just get kind of all the residue. Then we just apply it liberally. Alright, that should be... Technically, I'm sure I'll hear from folks in chat to put the heatsink on afterward, but again, this is kind of like after the fact here. And then I think we even have some... unpack and fold white, yeah. Do that. So then you take your Noctua sticker and you put it right on top. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let's get this going.
Titus braking hardware. Yeah. Spread that around just a hair. Don't worry, I'm not pushing down. I'm just doing a little drop, and then they say technically X design is the best for it. Whatever. Fine. Let's see, CPU fans on top. Should be fine right here. Bird poo. How many times have I lost my screwdriver on this stream? I've lost count. Here we go. I love that sound. Sound like a nice snap right there.
I swear I didn't push it down too hard.
Maybe. Just maybe. All right. Snug. Snug. And it could hook up the LEDs. It's kind of pointless for a server though. All right. That problem should be solved. Now moving on. So we got our hard drive, we got our CPU fan in. That's not like way extruding from wherever. And GPU. And I think that should do it, guys. Let's see what we get. Let's see. See, Charles, use the electric drill. Yeah, use the electric drill to tighten down a CPU. That's some pro tips right there. All right. Oh, I swear this. Whatever. Over it. And then we just need one more screw. There it is. Alrighty. And I think we're pretty much done here, guys. Pretty much. Plug our GPU in, just make sure we got everything good and out of the way. That fan. Final product. Well, we still got to tuck in those cables, but that should do it. Gaming server overheat. It'll be fine, Michael. Not gonna overheat.
I don't even think I'm going to be using that hard drive. I'll probably be pulling directly from my iSCSI. It's just there because, well, I had it. So, not a big deal. Totally fine. Oh, we done all right. All right, well let's power this bad boy up. See what we get. And probably one more zip tie. Maybe two. I want this cable not going anywhere. Just keep it out of that fan. And then on this other side, I'm just gonna grab these. Just so they don't go anywhere. Rift to the fan side. And now, that is pretty much the final product. Let's turn it on. Check our error codes. See if we get power, all the good jazz. All right. What do you guys think? All right. You think it'll turn on? I think it'll be gravy. All right, moment of truth. Are we ready, guys? Oh, crap. This has this weird, janky window unit case thing. Now I gotta figure out what I did with the key. Where's the key at? Hold up. That was under right here in the front. This has a key and I don't know what I did with it. Also forgot to plug in that fan. That would have not been, well, I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but the key. Why do they have key? I know. Right. There it is. Oh, wait, it has instructions. Sure, we did it all right. All right, key here. Oh, that's kind of neat. Check this out. It's kind of a unique setup. I don't think I like this window, but I'm afraid I might lose the key. That's like a real concern. And this is like crazy loose. I need to tighten it up. Alright. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth, one more time. Drum roll, please. And Oh, what happened? Okay, here we go. Power switches. Underwhelming. Maybe it was the other switch. Nope, that's not working either. Nope. Oh! Well, poop. 1 second. Minor setback. All right. all the motherboard headers right here fell out. All right, now let's try it. Now. Nothing. Whoa. We've got life. Ooh, that's red. That's pretty. All right, give me one beep and then a post. One beep. Hear the hard drive spinning up. Nothing's caught fire yet. Hard drive lights going on. Perfect. And there we are, guys. 2 successful builds. I went to church last Sunday. That must have been it. Yeah. A lot of people worried about the heat of these drives. I've literally packed these drives into, a variety of different things. It's going to see very little use, and yeah, it still has plenty of airflow in there. It's pulling a good amount of air in the case. The case itself has a lot more airflow than many cases. Whisper quiet too. Can't even hear it. Microphone's about a foot away from the case itself with the case off. So that's exactly what I want. Let's see, maybe a power switch. Let's see if it shuts down properly. Probably not, but one can maybe help. We'll press it, wait a couple seconds, see if it registers. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't like the power buttons all that much. I will say they're like switches you got to really push down on. Alright, well, whatever. Good enough. Let's throw the case on and see what we get on the screen. Shall we? I think we shall. What if it's not booting? Well, then I take it off. Usually if you go slow enough and you're careful, you're gonna be fine. I am standing on a rug, and it is a little dry in here, so static discharge is a thing. Very rare in modern times. Very big thing back 10 years ago or more. But these days, not so much. So let's go ahead, plug everything in. Everything looked like it was functional. Graphics card's just a bit. Yeah, one thing about this, which I'll show you real quick. On this card, so cheap cases, this is bad design right here. You see how close these ports are? That's going to be problematic. We might want to see if I can't shift the card down a little more and see what we can do with that. But again, cheap cases have just poor design. Like the 3.5 ports, I would have preferred it to be in front of the the intake fan, but it's not a big deal. But it not having 2 screws on their tray, I mean, I can't even forgive that. That's just terrible design. So for this one, let's unscrew this, see if I can't shift it. And that's a little better. Like that. That's a little bit better, but still, it's going to be pretty tight. Next thing, man, really just kind of slapped together. Even the screws are loose in the handle and the. Alrighty. Finish it up, just tighten these screws and then yeah, I think this case saw a lot of drops before it got delivered. These screws are really, really loose on the dog ears. But then again, I hammered on it too, so there is that to take into question. Alright, we're good. Super glue. Oh man. What's that tape they use to, like, the info commercial tape? Oh man. That'd be good. I think we'll be fine though. Just the little things. Alrighty. Got a little cleanup to do afterwards. I'll finish that at the end of the stream though. Alright. Oh! One thing I don't think I have. Well. Alrighty guys, we are ready. Let's go full screen with this. And we'll tie it all back together. Like a glove. Love it. Oh, that's a... Now I'm just trying to get this thing in. It actually is a little deeper than my other boxes. I got a lot of stuff back here. All right. Legit. Do I have any server screws? I don't think I do. Probably need to buy some. Wait. I might. Oh well, that's fine. I'll buy some server rack screws. All I have is the big ones. There's actually two types of server rack screws you need. And all I have is the big ones, which is not compatible with my server rack. So that is fine with me. Let's plug up this cathode. Not. Hello? What's going on? Oh, just live streaming. Put the door open. It's a little hot. I've been kind of throwing stuff around in here. Both systems seems to be built okay though, so it ended up good. Alrighty, I think we're good. Wait. I think I have. All right, let me catch up with chat. Been a minute. Let's go, chat. Oh, there's 3 types of server screws. I think, oh, wait. Oh. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, nope. Manual focus. You know, I'm starting to like manual focus a little bit. Flex tape. Yeah, that was the tape I was thinking of.
Welcome to 5 minutes ago. Power Ranger OS coming soon. Yes. I don't know. I might just fork Hannah Montana on Linux and give it an update. Right? That'd be choice. Who's this cat? A beautiful Cat 8 cable. Probably overkill. Definite overkill for a 2.5. But, you know what? I like having nice cables. There's nothing wrong with a nice cable. We'll feed this guy back. Okie doke. I think we are ready for a little bit of action. What do you guys say? I'm gonna lose those keys, I know it. It's okay, I got a Dremel tool. That's always the key. All right. Yeah, 6 foot. Well, it's only going from like it's like just a little bit above the Synology box over here down to right here. 6 foot's actually perfect length for it. And Cat 6 would have been fine. Like 2.5, hell, even 10G to some extent, I think Cat 6 is actually rated for, but don't quote me on that. I always use at least Cat 7 when I'm doing 10G, and frankly, like I said, I think earlier I mentioned it. I hate using cat cables at all for 10G and above. They just get so hot, and fiber's such a better solution. Oh, the gear ring. That sounds amazing. I'm all about that. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, Sam. 10G on Cat 6. A lot of people do it. I just hate how hot the modules get. Like, you have SFPs, which I got one right here. Like, you got these little SFPs, which bam. That's basically what they look like. Ends usually have a little bit of something plugs in. But if you're going to use these, and as long as both the endpoint, whether it's the switch to a PC or whatever, if they're both using SFPs, there's really no reason to use cat cable when you have fiber available. I think it's a lot better. Hello? What's up? Come on in. What are you doing? You should be inside. How'd you get out here? Come say hello? Cat wanted to come say hello. There you go. Just don't eat a screw, bud. Came to give us good luck. You want to speak? All right. He does love stepping on keyboards, though. Oh, don't end the stream. That's a Cat 1. He loves stepping on keyboards. Like, something about it. We just got him, like, maybe last month. Don't chew on my wires, though, bud. Yikes. It's landmines all over the place. Heard we were talking about cats and was like, what about me? All right, okay, I guess you're going back there. All right, don't chew. Come on. Come here. Ah, crap. Come here. Aha, gotcha. All right, sweet. All right. All right, let's try this thing, guys. Let's see what we get. I do need to rig up probably this monitor to it just to make sure. You know what? Let's see if I can. Let's just. I might be able to access it through RDP. Can't remember if I set up RDP or not. No power. All right, there's power. Forgot I hit the switch on the PSU. That's always like after you build a computer and you turn off the switch on the PSU. You go to hit it and you're like, oh no, why? Oh well. All right. That's the system booting back there. A little bit on the light side. But we hooked up the power and the hard drive light pretty good. Let's close that. Ooh, a little ambiance. Kind of, that's neat. Keep me from hitting the power switch. I see it back there. Looks like it's up. Now, let's come over to our desktop. And let's fix a few things, shall we? I think I got about 30 more minutes to fix this and start getting our game server set up. First thing, let's ooh, you know what? Let's come back here. I gotta fix one thing real quick. I guess we can come over to this chat. And there we go. I haven't checked on the stream in a bit. Dude, we still got 200 viewers? Really? I figured I was talking to like 10 people at this point. I love you guys hanging out with me all day. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's just change one quick thing and then we'll get back to our desktop and see if I can't remote into this box. If I can't, that's okay. I can probably just pop up the green screen, remote in, probably do RDP. I don't think I'm gonna do VNC. VNC can be a little dicey with security and it doesn't look very good. Although I do need VNC to set some of the headless permissions because we will be doing game streaming. So now that I'm thinking about it, I think we will do VNC. Also, I will install a dummy HDMI on it too. So never mind. I will change those two things. All right, chat widget, we will remove. Save that. Close that. I just got to do something at work. Well, hopefully you got a little entertainment today, Charles. That's really the main goal here. Less about actually doing everything that we may not have to do, but more about just having fun doing it. All right. So here we are now. Let's see what we can do on our remote side of things. I think it's just called main PC. I might have set it to this address. 6. Split keyboard's a little weird on the 6s, we'll say. And nah, did not like that. You know what? I bet you that I remember that 2.5 card was a little bit weird looking. Let's take a peek. 1 second. Forgot, I don't have any screws. That's not good. And why did I keep doing that? And what I'll do here, wait for that to set up, and then I should be able to be good with it. One second, just setting this up to hopefully brightness up just a hair. There we go. Now I can see it. So, if I come into here, do I get anything on those front panels? Does not look like my front panels are working properly. We see about try USB 3 on this guy. How's that look? Yeah, that's better. Once we get on the desktop, I will just switch that out to type VNC and be done. And then I'll pull it up on this machine that we're looking at right now. And we'll just go. Oh, Logitech options. Come on. WinGet install. I think it's just VNC server. Or maybe it's tight VNC. Yeah, that should get us. Just doing a WinGet install tight VNC. Once we have the VNC server up, I should be able to put like Ramina on this box right here. Then we'll have VNC access. And we'll also do RDP as well. For a headless box, typically I like to have two ways in. The best way is to have like an out-of-band access, such as in servers, you got like iDRAC with Dell's, Lights Out with HP. Intel-based servers, you obviously have the AMT or the vPro type things, and that's even on the residential side as well. Yeah, so right now this is just NeoFetch. Well, it's just oh, what's going on? Oh, oops. Here, let me NeoFetch this for you. It's just Debian. Just plain old Deb. All right. Come down to here. All right, that's done. Apply. Yeah. And now let's pull up on this box and we'll get this rolling. And then once we have our headless set up, this thing should move pretty darn quick. Curtain down. And now let's just do this. What do I do here? Huh. Maybe I turn that for the stream. There we go. That should do it. Sudo apt install Ramina. We'll grab that. That looks like it grabs the VNC extension by default. You can see right here, plugin VNC. What it doesn't grab by default, that is recommended, is right here. These suggested packages, which is not too bad. I think we'll grab FreeRDP X11. Or no, you know what? Probably. Oh no, it did grab RDP. Okay, cool. So if we go Ramina, and then we just choose what? No. Okay. VNC. And oh, I forgot to grab my IP. Well, that would make a difference. Uno momento. All right, that is 183. All right. Now, what's that? Alrighty. Hot dog. Love it when a plan comes together. Let's just scale mode on. And now we have our little server we can start setting up. Let's just go into system settings. Okay, remote desktop. Oh, it says it's available. Main PC, all that looks good. And now let's install our NVIDIA drivers, which, look at that, I already grabbed it. Hot dog. Now, oops, nope, forgot. I'm not on the desktop. I try to use hotkeys. Let's go start run. App. Oh, what? What happened here? Okay. Don't hit the Windows key. It's going to be hard for me. But we're not going to be on here very much. I just want to get AMD off of it. Because this had the Vega 64 on before we swapped at the beginning of the stream when we did the main PC. The Vega 64 is now, if we look over here, which you see right there. So that's our Vega 64. And now we're removing this. We could probably use DDU, but typically I like to just try and remove as much as I can here, and then go from there. So what I'm doing now is we just using VNC to remote in, get some basic remote functions. Once that's set up, we can then enable NVIDIA, the full suite, which we will do the probably GeForce experience and get all the streaming and all the extra shenanigans that comes with NVIDIA. Even though normally if I was not using it as a headless system, I wouldn't normally do that. I think, you know what, we could do NV clean install. I've never tried it. No, I'm pretty sure the streaming's pretty much tacked into GeForce experience, so we'll probably have to wait on that. Can you watch YouTube videos? Yeah, you can. So here's how I would watch a YouTube video. You download this special YouTube download utility for Terminal. I can't tell you what it is because everybody that says the actual one will get channel striked. It's just considered piracy of YouTube content. So I can't tell you what it is. Somebody in chat probably will tell it, but don't do it. Don't you do it. And then, so anyways, you use that utility, you type in your channel name or whatever it is that you want to download, you download it, and then from Terminal, you do like MPV, which takes requests from Terminal, and then you launch into whatever file it is you want to watch. But as far as browsing YouTube from Terminal, that's a bit trickier. Main PC is a very well, so this was my main PC inside, and it's been that way for 4 years or something. I really haven't done much with it, which is kind of funny. Alrighty, let's add this. I'm tired of typing it in. We'll just go Windows Server. We'll just go Windows Game Server. And we're going to do VNC. I like to configure everything in VNC, especially when working with graphics. RDP tends to freak out whenever you don't do that. All right. Yeah, install it on purpose. Yeah, pretty much. Because we do need the... Which I don't think the control panel will get us there. Agree and continue. Because I usually do NV clean install. I even made a video about that if anybody's interested. Yeah, this isn't going to get us the streaming options we need. So we pretty much have to use NVIDIA GeForce Experience. But if you're not using this, it's, you know, whatever. Sure. Why not? NVIDIA GeForce Experience. Download. All right, here we go. 2:30, making good time, guys. How long have we been live streaming for? 5.5 hours. Maybe we're not making such good time. I built 2 computers in 5 hours. Oh, well, that's record books in the wrong direction, isn't it? Gaming server. Yeah, the gaming server is minecraft.christitus.com. It has a website, and that is the actual server. I do need to update Geyser, so if you're a Bedrock client, it probably won't connect for now. But I'll get that done very soon. I know usually me and my daughter play on the weekends, so I'll get in there. I hate GeForce Experience as well. But like I said, we need the streaming utility, and it's baked into GeForce Experience. So obviously, you don't really need this per se. Probably should not be installing two things at the same time, but let's just wait for this to finish, and then I'll install that other tidbit. Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a lot accomplished today. That is for sure. I really wanted to do this for a while now because I don't want any computers inside my house, except maybe a laptop or maybe a Raspberry Pi. Little tip here is I'm actually got a Pi 400, the all-in-one keyboard, and I'm gonna see if I can't daily drive on that inside the house by utilizing a bunch of streaming technology, basically, and then just have everything hosted here. It'd be fun. So I think I will do that, but I won't have anything but that and then my laptop. Daily drive Pi 400, not fun. Well, I kind of wanted, I don't know about daily driving it. I just kind of wanted to have something for that inside desk because I'm taking all the hardware from it and putting it in this server that we're on right now. So yeah, that's fun. Oops, wrong one. Nope, wrong one too. Bam, there we go. Let me just log in real quick like. Such crap on this login from NVIDIA. Like, why? Why do you exist? Security. Oh. All right. Get two-factor done and skip. Here we go. Stop. So now we got these going. And this is where we set up. It's actually NVIDIA Shield, but we're going to be using Moonlight for a lot of this stuff. Get that going. Let's see, games and apps. Let's find 16. That should be pretty good. We do need to update the driver, probably. Oh, it's been so long since I've used GeForce Experience. Ugh. I hate it. But alas, here we are. Maybe. Drivers? Yeah, here we go. Got it. Oh, the screen, the camera. I am doing some other stuff with I wanted to actually show my new split keyboard. Once I get real familiar with it, right now I'm just kind of pecking around it like a noob, like a caveman. And once I get real familiar with it, I'll try and do like a secondary camera so you can actually see it. It's just my right side is kind of covered by my mic arm, so just trying to figure out a good way for everybody to see that. What is the function of the server if remote access? You know, you don't ever play games with VNC. VNC is terrible. I use VNC mainly just to set up other remote utilities and to do like install drivers. It's really good for installing drivers with VNC because it just uses like no graphics acceleration, so it doesn't really mess up once drivers get installed. So VNC is good for that. But once this is all set up, we're gonna do full enable of the game stream, and the game stream is where it's at because then I can just stay in Linux, and then when I want to play a game or I want to launch a Windows program or something only Windows does, all I do is just launch over to that workstation, and I can stream the desktop. I can stream any game, whatever it is, and then I just set up this specific box. I can do some other stuff with. Probably need to lock it down a little more with the Windows updates. But I does anybody know in chat if the Ryzen 1700 is Windows 11 compatible? I'm hoping it's not. At this point, I'm like, I really, really dislike Windows 11. It has not grown on me at all. I like the look of Windows 11, but the actual feature set and a lot of the things that have happened in Windows 11, I really have a distaste for, to say the least. Yeah, you don't want RDP. RDP's garbage for gaming. Like I said, I'll play a game here. I'll throw my headset on and hit the overheads off, and we'll do some gaming. Oh, good. First gen Ryzen is not compatible. Awesome. Then I don't have to worry about this auto updating to Windows 11. So initially I was really mad at Microsoft to making these really strict requirements, but now that I've been on Windows 11 for a while now, I'm just like, I really don't like it. It's not a good experience. I like the look of it though. It's ignoring a lot of GPO stuff right now. On my dev build, it's just completely ignoring all of my GPOs. And I'm just, it'll get there eventually. Give it a couple years, I imagine. And read my, what else you say? This is why I suggest trying Sunshine. No need for GeForce Experience then. Oh. Sunshine is an open source implementation of Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. We can probably do some... Let me pull this up. And... let's see here. I'm really happy I have this giant, huge spool of chat so I can just look up and find your messages. Let's see. Ben asked, I would use a Jetson Nano for a streaming driver client over a Pi. Probably. Yeah, I would say that's pretty good. Although the Pi 400s are pretty powerful. I don't know about the graphics. I don't think the graphics are really that improved. Probably the Jetson Nano would be better. Oh, no. Not that. Probably that, right, Loki? Is that it? Ah, host for... Oh. Host for Moonlight streaming client. Oh, nice. Let's see here. What else we got? Looks like Ming. Oh, this is the build. I bet there's a setup and releases. Donate. I'll see if I can't maybe do a video about it. Get him some more donations. This looks really cool. I think it's just that right there, the bus setup. Huh. Okay, so otherwise you need GeForce Experience. The server only requires you have a graphics card that can play games. Michael's just messing with you. Trying to get a rise out of me. I'm so glad I switched to Windows 11. Uh-huh. Sure, said nobody ever. Maybe Theo Joe. Let's see. Oh, well, that's gamepad virtualization. That's not what I'm looking for. Oops. Let me read. Sunshine Windows. Is this just source files? I wonder if I have to build it. No, it looks like you install a service. I'm definitely gonna look into this, Hikari. This looks like a really good find. Sunshine with Moonlight. I'd love that, and then just do an NV clean install. Although the game, I'll mess with it a little bit more offline though. But that's really cool. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, we got that in, and now we just go to settings. We're gonna go to NVIDIA Shield. Then let's just go to our little right here. And I think Moonlight's in the desert. Is Moonlight in the repository for Debian? Moonlight. I bet like Moonlight Qt. No, not there. Oh, nice. Sunshine can be hosted with an AMD GPU. I just did all that. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be snarky there about old Joe, but yeah, you know, if the boot fits. All right, let's see here. I don't want to use a snap. I'm just not a big fan. I would much rather... We could use Flatpak. Although, I would really like... just install it so I can get all the graphics acceleration from it. So you got Snap, Flatpak, App Image. Oh wow, they do have an NVIDIA Jetson deal in there, and Steam Link device. What? Okay, I do have a Steam Link I haven't used in forever, so I'm gonna definitely rig that up. That's cool. I guess we're gonna have to rock this. If I have to do it, probably be Flatpak. Oops. Let's just install that. Do I have Flatpak installed? I can't even remember. Apparently I don't. Oh, forgot to install the repository. Flatpak. Debian, please. Install the flat. If you are running, no, I'm not. I'm not cruel. All right. All right. Moonlight. Yes. Only Flatpak app. I wonder why they don't do native. I know Arch you can build it your own. I guess you could build it your own on Debian too, just straight up source. Because I mean with Flatpak, I think you do lose some acceleration. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Yeah. No, I have Steam Link the hardware, which is the kind of thing. The Steam Link. Do they even sell the hardware for Steam Link anymore? I don't even know. I'm just curious how much you pay for internet per month and power costs for the software and server stuff you're using. My power costs are about $300 a month for my electricity, but that's my whole house. The internet is about $60 a month. And it's about 100 down, 20 up, so I can saturate it pretty easily. I probably should get better internet. It's just I don't really have anything. I could get Spectrum, which gives me more down, but the up is terrible. And yeah. Maybe eventually we'll get some better internet here. It'd be nice. Oh, you lose no FPS. Okay, well that's cool. Oh, they don't even sell the Steam Link anymore. Well, cool. Well, that'll make a neat little deal. I could see that, though. Like, the Steam Link's Wi-Fi, I remember, was dicey, and you had to pretty much hardwire it everywhere, and no one really hardwires stuff anymore, except maybe me. I wired my whole house. I was like, I have to have this. But, you know, that's just me. I hate wireless. I really love just good old-fashioned wired Ethernet. Okay, simplifies their testing. That makes sense. Yep, the pathetic 20 up, man. Lonerism, I'd get you, man. That's exactly what I'm rocking. 20 up's just so sad. Alright, so we have Moonlight going. Quit that. Now we just type Moonlight. Moonlight? Well, maybe not. Oh, I remember. There's a bug where... Let me just... That's okay. We'll just reboot. Let's just reboot. I remember after Flatpak's one of those things where you install it and it doesn't reflect your start menu, I think, until reboot. Oh, $450 a year. That's not bad. Well, we could do some Vanguard, Warzone, anything from here once we get this going. Once it's going. All right, now do we have Moonlight? No Moonlight. Where's Moonlight? Why? Why you do this to me? Ah. I guess I can create like a desktop shortcut. There we go. Put that to 2. Let's pull up number 3, do some Lamina. Game server this guy. And then we got that going. Let's add, oh, you know what? Before we do this, there's one more thing we need to do. I don't think I have enough Ethernet cables. All right, let's just fix this up, right? Let's go 90. And don't y'all get any ideas about breaking into my DNS now? All right, that should break our server connection. Let's edit that. Just setting up. All right, perfect. Getting that on a static IP. Because we're not crazy. Oh, that's done. Now, let's just do this. I could set this up for like the DNS address, but I really like just having a hard-coded static for the NVIDIA computers. Do we have anything over here? Not yet. Unable to connect to... Probably Windows Firewall. What do we got? Do we have some NVIDIA on here? No, it's all there. Oh, you know what? It'd help if you hit the enable option. That's terrible. You gotta hit the little toggle button. 6452. 6452. Connect. And now. Yes. Yeah. Alrighty, guys, we got some games here. Oh, where's my Diablo 2 Resurrected? I don't even have Project Cars. I don't know where that's coming from. Well, anywho. Doom screaming it in chat. Turn game. I'm reading chat now. Oh, that's greatness. That is greatness. Okay. Just turning off the overheads. Gotta get this on, and then I'm gonna have a good night tonight, guys. We're gonna be doing some game streaming. One more thing, though. We do need to know why that didn't pull in. And Call of Duty didn't either. You know what? I think we can just stream the Battle.net client. Oh, there he goes. Oh, it just wasn't showing up on GameStream. Add. All right, let's add. What do we got? Modern Warfare? That should already be there, right? Let's go games. Battle.net, maybe? Yeah, I'll come back and fix these at some time. Maybe. We'll see. And Diablo 2. Yeah, give me that. Give me all that. Perfect. Now, just repopulate for me. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Now, it should launch into something. Nice. A little blurry. That looks like 720. That looks like some 720 action. Oh. Can you monitor your temps? Yeah. We'll grab that. What do we got? I think I already have something on here. I know Michael was real concerned about my hard drive temps. It's fine, though. I've done enough PC stuff. I thought I had like a. We can do probably HW info, right? Let's do that. Let's do. Let's grab HW info. Make sure your XDG data directory includes. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a good one, Hikari. That's what's happening. Let's run it. You're concerned about the whole computer. It's fine. It's 5-year-old computer, man. In really good shape. I take care of it. All right, let's take a peek here. HW info. Let's look at our sensors, right? That's what you guys care about. First off, CPU idle temperature right now looks to be about 40 Celsius. Pretty solid. I mean, it's just like a basic fan, basic stock fan in there. So 40 C, very solid from a CPU perspective. Motherboard temps, again, 30 to 40 C, solid. 30, 40. All right. Where are you guys? What do we got? Drive. For real, like, you guys were all worried about that drive, and it's at 36 Celsius. I mean, there's really nothing going on here. If anything, these temps are probably better than they were prior to all this. Well, I bet they are, because that thermal paste was probably at least 3 or 4 years old. So these temps are actually a lot better. Everything's within 30 to 40 C, guys. All right, we got HW done. That's good. I don't like the way this looks, though. What is the quit command? How do you get back to Linux? Can I go back this way? No. I think it's Control-Shift-Q. Dang it. How do you quit Moonlight? Quit Moonlight. I thought it was Control-Shift-Q. Yeah, the bit rate's too low, guys. This is... It looks a little too muddy to me. This should look a lot more crisp. But it does not. Where do you quit? Control-Alt-Shift-Q. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Control-Alt... Yeah. So I remapped my Alt key to my Windows key on this split keyboard, and I forgot I did that. So let's make this look prettier. This obviously should be 1080. What should we do? 40 for the bit rate. Megabits per second. Yeah, we'll go 40. VSync, full screen, all that looks good. That looks good. Everything looks very solid. Now, let's just quit that. Yeah, Control-Alt-Shift-Z to unhook. Oh, you can unhook. Now that's a good one, Hikari. Control-Alt-Z. I'll have to remember that one. 40 should be good. Now this should look... So I want it to be, when I'm doing Windows videos, people don't know I'm in Linux. Yeah, that's... There we go. That's better. Yeah. Nice. So let's do Hikari's shortcut. Ah. Oops. Oh. Oh, crap. Where'd that go? Wrong screen. I unhooked it. My chat went away. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh, nice. Oh, let's just check that. Nope, we're in Windows. No, we're not. We're in Windows. No, we're not. Just kidding. All right, now it's time to play some games, right? Let's try out the old D2. Oh yeah. So 40 megabits. I'm on 2.5 gig connection, and that's the slowest connection, mind you. Ah, the nostalgia. Oh wait. I got some music going. Let's close that out. Yeah. Nice. Nightmare, please. Oh, I wonder if it'll get my keys. Let's see. Yeah. Come on. Nice. Yeah, buddy. Why is Vigor on? That should be okay. Alright, that looks good. Let's see what gameplay's like, right? Watch me just go out and die. I'm used to actually controlling it on a mouse. Or actually a gamepad. Oh, I wonder if my gamepad will... Let's see if a gamepad works through here. If not, I can set it up. Ah, my battery's dead. Come on. Darn it. Alright, that's something I need to work on. I'm sure I can get that working, though. Oh, the soundtrack to D2 is just freaking amazing.
I'm coming for you.
Seems to work pretty good. Yeah. That works so well. I wonder. Oh, I keep forgetting my alt key. Man, that works so well, guys. Look at that. Ah, run away. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Probably need to do like a FPS to really get a good indication of the lag. It all seems pretty fluent though. Let's see. What else we got? That works pretty well. All right. So Diablo 2's good. Now let's exit that and guess we just quit, right? Just quit out of that. It's nice. So we got all that. That whole machine we built all day is to do this. That's the whole purpose of this video was, or this live stream was to build a game stream PC. So then when I do my Windows videos, I can just launch into any launcher really, and then just do my Windows video. And I'll do my Windows video in Linux, but no one will know that I'm in Linux. And if I want to play any games, I can just do it right here. And then you can also stream it to other places. I'll try a Pi and see how that is. I'll do like a Pi on that. Let's do Modern Warfare. Let's try that out. We'll shift into that, see how that goes. Oh no. How big's this update? I swear, Warzone in Call of Duty. How bad is it? It might be like forget about it here. But I do have Vanguard. Is that... Oh, no. Vanguard's still updating. Crap. How much is on Vanguard? 20 gigs. Yeah, I ain't got time for that. What about this one? Watch it be like 50 gigs. Call of Duty has like the worst developers in the world. They have like a BS anti-cheat system, and I swear every patch is like ridiculous. Oh wait, I said it. It's only what 680 kilobit. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I remember the original time. 5 gigs. I swear, every single one of these is just... COD, man. Why you gotta be like that? I mean, gosh. Although, look at it, it's going. My internet's chewing through it. Let's see how much it is after this bit. All right, we're almost there. And yeah, the install sizes are just bonkers. That's why I started doing everything through my Synology, using like iSCSI. Oh, no. So, John, only the Windows server needs to be beefy. That's the thing doing all the heavy lifting and playing the games. So, yeah, John, that's totally okay. The Windows server, or the Linux-based host, or the client that's connecting to the Windows server, I've run Warzone on a Pi. So you can totally run this on a Raspberry Pi. If you look back at the Titus Pi video, I did exactly that. So all I was doing was basically recreating this. Ben, thanks, Chris, for the stream today. I can't wait to try Moonlight. It's an amazing, amazing tool. It looks like this is going to take a bit to do. Sad to say. Let me see if there's anything else here. I don't really have another first-person shooter that I've updated and played recently. Let's see. Let's go. Quit. What's, yeah, you can quit that. Let's just launch into Warframe. Maybe Warframe's pretty fast-paced. That would be a good gauge of the latency. I probably could have just right-clicked from the desktop. I don't think I need to really quit out, per se. But let's see. It's been a minute since I played Warframe, too, so... probably be another giant update. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, well, this is just how it works. That's modern gaming in a nutshell. Hurry up and wait on your update. I'm sure Belix, it runs good on Wayland as well. I think they've done a pretty good job making it universal between X11 and Wayland. Getting stream lag, probably. It's probably from me downloading and maxing out my internet connection. Oh, crap, I probably should put a limit. Limit. That's me. I'm maxing. I'm saturating my own internet. I'm DDoSing myself here. Let's go. Actually, I think it's over here. Settings. And downloads. Usually, let's limit downloads to 10,000. Okay. Cut that back a little bit. What's Warzone? Oh gosh. All right. Kill that. Yes. Yeah, I don't have a good first-person shooter that I've played recently. I think Warzone's the closest thing I have, and we're still a good bit away. Well, I'll make a video about it, though. It's been a while since I've revisited this, and I think it'd be a good time now that a lot of people are interested in just gaining a lot of productivity using Linux. And this is like a really good way to basically take your productivity, move it around so you can do all this stuff, and then you also have this. So you can do all of that fairly seamlessly. So I'll address that a little bit more in the future as well. But yeah. And also, I could even take it to the next level. I think on my iSCSI share, those games were a little bit more up to date. I might be able to just pull those directly from it. Yeah. The updates were killing this stream, I'm sure. Yeah, my video bitrate, I probably could have gotten away with about 20 megabits. 40 meg was fine. Like I said, I'd rather go a little bit higher on my bitrate just because my LAN is capable of 10G. So if I have 10G, I mean, you're talking, it's like, I don't even know what that is, like 2 or 3% of my local area network bandwidth. So I'd rather err on the side of caution of going a little bit more on my bitrate. Maybe if it was a 1 gig network, I would probably go ahead and dial that back to 20. 20 wouldn't matter that much. All right, and you know what? Let's go ahead and hit some music on. I think with that, guys, we can go ahead and call it a day. That was one heck of a stream. 6 hours long, a little over 6 hours. That was brutal for a lot of it, but you got to see a lot of transplanting of some computers, building a Windows server. I didn't really do it from scratch, obviously. That was just an indoor gaming PC I had that I just repurposed to be a game stream client that we're tossing in the rack now. And pretty successful all around. I'm super happy with the end result. We have a lot of cool things, and heck, be looking for a video soon on this. Hopefully soon. We'll see. It was a lot of fun. I know Michael's over there like, stressful, but at the end of the day, we have a fantastic setup now, and I'll be able to game pretty much anywhere. I'll definitely do some Wi-Fi gaming, see how it does on my basic Unify system, using, probably try the Pi 400, and then also mix it up a little bit on my laptop too. I'll try it both and see how the game streaming does through the Wi-Fi. Obviously, I won't be at 40 megabits on that. No, I won't be back this evening. I don't, or at least I'm not planning on it. I always say I will be, then I never do. So I'm gonna just say no. Probably not, Eric. I might game a little bit. I might hit up my gaming channel. I made my gaming channel just so I could game a little bit. But this was just more of a technical, see what we can do, show what's possible. And everything is possible. I always want people to remember whatever you're trying to do, it's been done before, someone else has done it, and it's just a matter of figuring out how you can do it. So, really great. Donate, show, yeah, if you'd like to show support or anything like that, there's the join button down below. You get cool little members only videos that I do once a month. You get your own emoji set that you can actually paste into chat, and also you could, if you don't want to do that, you could always go to christitus.com. I do all those digital downloads mainly just as a way to support a lot of these odds and end projects that I do. I'm currently really working hard on the whole UI project and redoing basically my own distro for the most part. But yeah, it's all going very well. I'm super pumped and just jazzed that everything worked out today. Hadn't broken anything yet, that was surprising. There was a lot that could go wrong. Wi-Fi is a must at 5 gig. Yeah, for sure. I think I have 5 gig on here. I have my own. I separated out 2.4 and 5 with separate network names. All right, guys. Yeah, the gaming channel is Titus Tech Gaming. I don't know. I mean, if you click my name and go to my channel page, it's all in there. I'm terrible at YouTube. But I will start gaming over there a little bit, which will be fun. I love gaming. I need to get back to it. I've been a lot of times just too much of a workaholic.